Welcome to the Jordan School District Board of Education meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 7th, 2023, and we are in the JATC South building. We have all 7 board members present. We are going to start today. Our first agenda item is a review of ENDS Policy E404, Safety and Security. And just for board members to recap, we decided in our summer session that we would start focusing our first hour of study session back on our ENDS policies. As a board, we adopted a policy governance model several years back, and we've set ENDS policies that are what the board has determined are the end result, is what we're looking for, what we expect as an organization. It's the way we communicate what our vision is for the district, and it's also an accountability measure. And so it's important for us as a board to have our eye on those ENDS policies regularly. We also have in policy that if we want to make changes to our ENDS policies and hold the superintendent accountable for those changes, we have to have it done by April in order to give him, the year to meet any of those changed expectations. So we started down a process last fall in going through our ENDS policies. We talked about mission statement first and decided to start on a portrait of a graduate process for that. We then started talking about student achievement and decided that what we're doing with portrait of a graduate might affect student achievement, and also knew that new board members were coming on, so we decided to hold off on that. And so now, as executive committee, we decided to just jump to the bottom of our list and work up. So E404 is our last ENDS policy. It's safety and security. So we're going to start with that discussion. This will be our initial discussion. We'll discuss it again next month also. And just again, the goal is to review this policy and determine, is this what we want for our organization? Is this good, or are there any changes we need to make? And so Ms. Nikki George has been assigned to look into that and start this discussion off.
Thank you. So talking about safety and security is kind of a tricky balancing act, right? Because we want to make sure that our ends are met, that we're pretty clear about what we hope we'll see happen at our schools, and heaven forbid that an emergency should happen, that we have good protocol. But we also don't want to hand a playbook over to a bad guy. And so the policy is intentionally a little bit vague. So for example, when it says safe and secure buildings and grounds, that's a pretty vague statement, and that's intentional and by design. So as I read over E404, I felt like one area that has just kind of evolved since the last time a previous board reviewed this policy is the world of technology. That it's a really tricky situation when children are spreading rumors, and the stories are building and snowballing. And so we want parents to be able to know what to expect in case of an emergency, in terms of district being able to reach out and communicate, or I hope that we can help that to become a clear expectation. But again, staying on a pretty high level so that we're sure that we allow our staff to be nimble with whatever situation that they're in, that they can react in a way appropriate. And also that as we coordinate our efforts with groups like police officers or other emergency personnel, that we're able to not bind anyone's hands with our policy. So the only suggestions that I would make to a potential change, and I'd love feedback, are just a little bit of addition of some information on communication. So I would just suggest that we talk something to this wording, that parents can expect timely messages coordinated with police if an emergency should occur. And then something else that Dr. Godfrey and his team have been very careful about is providing information every year to parents. And so we thought we could mention that here as well, that parents will receive a yearly email containing safety procedures and protocol. So those were a couple of additions that I saw and wondered if anyone has feedback or other concerns they'd like addressed here.
I'll report a little later about our JPAC meeting, but we presented some of the safety and security things that we're doing. And one of the clear messages that we heard over and over again is maybe we got great things we're doing, can we communicate better? And maybe even after the fact. One of the things they mentioned is when there's a lockdown, everyone's kind of emotionally kind of at the fringes, but maybe a couple days later would be a great time to send out a remark about a training tidbit. What's a lockdown? Because if we just randomly send it out, or when they're happening maybe nationally, they're not on the radar as much as if they happened at your school. And so I thought that was a really good feedback that we received from the parents in our district, our school community councils, that we could follow up after the fact. I mean, obviously during the fact and as soon as it's over, but maybe one more communication later that would be more of a training piece of what's happening, why we can't share everything or such. So I think that's a valuable addition into this policy, is the communication level.
So would you like that specifically outlined here?
I don't think that needs to be specifically outlined. I think that the need of clear communication to, I want to say parents, but really it's to everybody, right? The whole community, including our educators. But I think that's what I think we do good at that. I just have always been one on communication, that I'm easy to please and hard to satisfy. Like, it's probably never possible to communicate enough.
I like that.
I do like the idea of, and think it would fit in with this policy, that we provide an annual notice. I don't know if that's the right word, but some sort of annual communication to parents on what we're doing for safety in schools. I agree that, I mean, that's, I feel like that's something important to do, to make sure we're communicating it out. Also agree that nobody pays attention to that. The time that we sent it out right after the, what was it, Marjorie Storm Douglas shooting, and we sent a safety communication after that. That's when everyone was paying attention and read the email. And I thought that was a good communication that we sent out. And I've had, people since then contact me, and I go back and find that email and send it to them again. But I like the idea of just having an annual communication to parents, and then we look for opportunities to time that well also. But if we can say it's at least annually,
Yeah.
I like the idea.
Yeah, I think that was a thought that came up at the JPAC meeting as well. Sorry, Mr. Robinson, if we're taking your report
all
from
right.
later. But, parents were like, wait, you sent an email about that? And it was only, a month and a half ago that came out. And so I do think that using an opportunity, capitalizing on a moment when people are really interested and want to know how to act in case of emergency and how to keep their children safe would be an opportunity missed if we didn't implement that.
One parent even suggested maybe on the registration. I mean, all we need is one more thing on the registration. But a leaf is there, or on Skyward when we go to check grades or whatever, that maybe there's a link there or something. But again, it's one of those things that we don't really look carefully for unless there's an emergency, and then we don't have the time to really study it. And, but it would be nice to be able to point people to a place.
I will note too, there's been a couple of podcasts on safety this year too, and those have been sent out to public, or out to the community.
Yeah, that was what I meant when he sent the podcast links. So,
But the question is, should it be added to this policy?
Right.
Any other thoughts?
I was wondering what what the rationale is for allowing each school to create their own code of conduct. Why was it written that way? I mean, is there a benefit for every school to write their own?
I'll try to answer that first, but everybody else, please correct me. I think it's similar to what we do with state rule and law, right? Where we're given guidelines that we need to follow, and then we can specify those and tighten those in our own settings, always following those rules, right? So we have expectations set in district policy, and then schools are able to narrow that down to their particular environments. So it's not that there's not district-wide, but that they can add to. Is that a fair explanation?
And if I remember right, code says that each school will create its own code of conduct. So I think it's just reflective of the code, but a lot of the elements are the same. But there's a chance to put in some specific expectations of different schools at different levels.
Wondering if it's caused confusion, or someone goes to one particular school and they move and go to another one in the district. I'm guessing that the code of conducts are pretty similar. There's not big differences, but I'm just curious why we allowed the individual schools to do it.
It would be hard for me to come up with what some of those differences might be off the top of my head. I think they're probably just operational. When you go to the assembly, you're expected to do this, or, the code of conduct. I think it's worth looking at to see if I haven't been aware of confusion. No one has ever said to me, this isn't fair. My previous school didn't require this of me, and this seems unreasonable. But that's something we can look at.
Is it say we have a code of conduct policy? Is it safe to say that, every school has to do what's outlined in the policy, but
Yeah.
they can add a few things to it if they want?
There's a lot of overlap and very little difference from school to school, I think. But they do have to include everything that we have listed, right?
You said that's in code.
Off the top of my head, I think it is that each school is required to do that. But whether it is or not, we allow for individual schools to customize that as long as they include everything that we have at the district level. Do you want me to look into that and bring that back, or?
Wondering if we should reference our code of conduct policy in here,
Maybe just,
in this policy.
link you over.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good idea.
On that subject, I was reading a Utah State Board of Education. They don't call them policies; they call them something else, right?
Board rule.
Board rule. These are the rules.
And at the beginning of the one I was reading, it listed out, we have the authority to do this because, and it listed out because of this thing in the Constitution. And so they were kind of laying out their authority to implement this particular rule, and they were thinking everyone if they wanted to go read. And I really like that. I would love to see something like that in our policies.
We have it in many of our policies.
Do we? Okay.
Especially our most recently updated ones. That would be a good thing to maybe look into, is what Brian is asking. Maybe put this policy into.
Yeah, we'll just link
Referencing
it right
law.
here. I think that's a great suggestion.
Yeah, I like that, Brian.
I can add that in to our next discussion.
Okay, any other thoughts on? Let's get back to Nikki's recommendation. One, to have, there's kind of a two-pronged recommendation, right? Same again.
Yes. So the first one would be parents can expect timely messages coordinated with police if an emergency should occur, something along those lines, and we can wordsmith it. And I felt like maybe as we were setting out what people can expect from their schools. So we have, you can expect safe and secure buildings and grounds, emergency preparedness, student, staff, and patron safety and welfare. I thought it might fit nicely there, just after 1, maybe just out of 4, and put that there. Of course, I'm open to suggestions if you think it would go better elsewhere. And then the second prong was that parents will receive a yearly email containing safety procedures and protocol, something to that effect.
Same section.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it should say yearly communication instead of just an email.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can say that.
And then the third add is what Brian has requested to see if there's any state codes that should be added to this.
Yeah, and I'll also link where we're talking about the code of conduct. I'll try to pull up our district information there so it makes it pretty seamless when you're reading it.
Yeah, I think in our ends policies, like a lot of our policies do reference state code and state board rule. Our ends policies are our policies.
Yeah, that's true.
Are part of our policy governance. Nobody's telling us we have to have these. We as a board have decided that this is how we're going to govern. And this is our way of saying, here's the things that we want to make sure we've accomplished. So I see what you're saying about the importance of that. I think this set of policies is because these are our board's policy. Like, this is what the 7 of us are deciding as a board that we want to accomplish. And it's not because someone else has told us that we have to. It's our priorities for this district.
It's because someone told us we could create these policies. We got our authority from the Constitution. And so maybe that's the only thing that it says is we're creating this policy because the Utah Constitution allows us to. Title 50 or wherever it is. You know, it doesn't have to be linked to a mandate from the state to create a policy on this topic, but just that we have the authority to do this.
It seems like that might get redundant if that's on all of the policies.
Yeah. So maybe just in some kind of a header somewhere. If it's not listed, if a reference isn't listed at the beginning of this policy, it's because we have the authority to create our own policy. Yeah, I mean, I don't want it to get burdensome and redundant, but I've noticed some of our policies do, we created them because we had to, because there was a law passed by the legislature requiring us to create a certain policy. And in those situations, I would love to have them referenced, and maybe they all are. Yeah.
And these are not our district's policies, and they're not administrative policies.
Maybe
being
ends
clear.
policy is the
And-
wrong word.
This is part of the whole policy governance model that we as a board have chosen to operate by. Maybe I can provide, if I'm not explaining that well enough, provide some more information about that to board members. Does anyone else want to chime in? If I'm not.
So is policy the right word? Maybe it should be ends guidelines or something like that. Because they're really how we want to govern as a board and how we hold the superintendent responsible, right?
And policy governance isn't just for schools or for government organizations. It's a model it's a nationwide model for any organization that has a board of directors as a way for a board to govern. Anyway, we can get back to that.
It may not
let's go
make
back
sense here.
So what's the action on that? Is just Nikki going to work on that? We're going to have a couple people work on that?
Well, we need to know if board members
Want to look
want
at
to add those to things that she recommended.
Are those written somewhere? Were they part of the agenda or board docs?
No, they're not yet, but if you like going down that pathway, then next time we discuss it,
Yeah.
I'll have something on board docs that you can look at I just wanted to see if I was capturing the will of the board or if that was just the way I thought.
Okay, can you review for me? So I remember the add A4, the timely communication, but what was the other change?
That parents can expect a yearly communication containing safety procedures and protocols. It's something that we're already doing, but I don't know. Maybe it's helpful to set expectations, or so that if something happens, a parent goes back and says, well, did they even do what they should have? Well, yep, it's outlined. I don't know. And maybe it's unnecessary. That's why I wanted your feedback.
I feel like the second one might not be necessary if we're already doing it and it's just part of the process, but I don't know.
What was the first one again? Sorry.
So in case of an emergency, parents can expect timely messages from the district that are coordinated with police efforts. So, like in case of an emergency at a school, we have this protocol that we as a district follow that isn't published to the public, right? And that's by design. We want to make sure that we're not giving people text to create loopholes from. And so I was just like, I wish that there was an assurance somewhere, like, you don't have to freak out and run to the school and check your kid out because you've heard of a rumor. Like, know that the district is going to send a timely communication, you know, and I don't want to limit those situations vary so much, right? Like, I feel like an earthquake is really different than a gun threat. And so I don't want to say, you can expect in this period of time to receive a communication, but just know that you can look for the district to send out official communication in case of an emergency. I think sometimes one of the knee-jerk reactions that I have as a mom is like, oh, I got to gather my children to me. And I hear something scary and I want to gather my children to me. And when that might actually, if there was a real threat, it could potentially put those children in more danger. So it's best to wait and receive a communication and try to keep a level head in case of an emergency.
We had to lock down 5 schools, is that right, recently?
Right.
What did the district do there as far as notification to parents? What was the process?
It was a lockout, and it was ordered by police based on a report in the neighborhood that turned out to be false. And we did that at 5 schools, sent an email out immediately to parents indicating that. I emailed the board at the same time. And then we sent a follow-up email maybe 8 minutes afterward, I think it was, 10, 15 minutes after. Wasn't very long when that was lifted. And we sent a follow-up email to the board, or to the board and to parents. And in that email was a description of what a lockout is, meaning that all of the outside doors would be locked.
Email is our vehicle of communication in situations like that.
We sent out an email, yes.
So, and what I would propose is that we send another one several days later to explain that when we have a lockdown, your kids are lockout, your kids are not always in jeopardy. In this case, they were just investigating something was suspicious in the neighborhood. It turned out to be not even anything at all, but we just have an abundance of caution. We do that. So not all the time when we do a lockdown or lockout or shelter in place is kids ever in jeopardy. We just do it out of abundance of caution. So
We actually do a lot of lockouts
yeah.
over the course of a month throughout the district. Just there's a report of something, just as a precaution, we do that because it doesn't disrupt learning. It can be done pretty briefly, and then we're able to assess things. And then if there's not a threat, then we're able to unlock the doors and we send out a message. But to the point that was made earlier, I think there's a moment where your awareness is more heightened on messages like that. And I think a follow-up message, even that just generally outlines all of our emergency procedures, might capture attention more in a moment after there's been a lockout or some other sort of a message sent out. So that was my takeaway from our meeting with school community council chairs and from subsequent discussions with individual board members, that just some generic, even generic communication. Thank you for your support in the, with our last lockout. Here's a link to all of our emergency procedures, and I think that's a good suggestion to follow up. So something at the beginning of the year when no one's paying attention, and right after an incident when everyone's more likely to pay attention. That's not a criticism. We all pay attention to things in the moment it's important. Car ads go right past me until I'm looking for one, and all of a sudden, zero APR financing is very interesting. So I think making the most of a moment where the information is going to really be sticky and be of particular interest is something we ought to take advantage of.
I imagine we have parents show up at schools in those situations. Just out of curiosity, what happens? They pound on doors, or do they want to get in, want to get their kids?
I don't know of a specific pounding on the door incident, but we do. We work with parents who come. We try to be accommodating, but if it's a lockout, then we're not able to allow people into the building. It's difficult in the moment to assess where the threats are, and so a lockout is a lockout for the moment, but they very rarely last for more than a few minutes.
But that's a good example of where more training could be. We have a neighboring district that had a situation where the incident was outside the school, and running to the school actually put not only themselves in danger, made the crisis a lot harder, and they had to send out another alert saying, please stay away. Because we don't always even know where the problem is. So I think that would be a perfect example later to follow up and say, don't come to the school if you receive this alert until you're told that you can, because that can complicate, because then all of a sudden we're working with traffic and, situations like that where more training could help.
Okay, thoughts on adding something about communication to this ends policy? Bryce?
Are you adding that to direct the superintendent, or are you adding that to reassure parents?
I don't know that we need to direct the superintendent in this case. I think he does a great job. I think it's more for parents' reassurance, and also maybe to spread that word beyond cabinet. Principals will maybe keep that in mind.
Then I would suggest this is not the place for that. The ends policy is our direction to the superintendent on accomplish these goals. That's the very purpose of the ends policy. The audience of the ends policy is the superintendent.
Okay, then can I retract what I just said? I do think then that, the superintendent is the one who is at a large level directing what happens at each school. And I do think that where possible, we need to be aligning those approaches.
Are you retracting the part where I did a good job?
No.
Okay.
No, the part where
Okay, I just wanted to
I
clarify.
just always feel uncomfortable when I direct you.
No,
But apparently I am.
No, I understand that point, and I think it, for now and for the future, it gives some clarity about the expectations. So I'm comfortable with that.
I think ends policies are twofold. They're to the community. Here's what we want to have accomplished. What our organization should be accomplishing. But it's also how we hold the superintendent accountable. Because at the end of the year, the superintendent does a report and accounts to us that, yep, I've done these things. So if there's something you really want to make sure he's done, this is a place for it.
And we need to remember these are not Dr. Godfrey policies, although I'd like to offer a lifetime contract to him. He doesn't get that. And we could have a new superintendent at any time, and these policies need to hold that person just as accountable as Dr. Godfrey is doing.
Because we do have in executive limitations the following. that the superintendent will not fail to implement policies, procedures, and practices which promote the health and safety of the students. I just don't see communication as an ends policy addition.
Which one was that in?
EL 301A. I think the ends policy says physical safety, emotional safety. That's the ends policy. And here's how we measure it.
Do you feel like this promotes physical safety of students? I feel like it does, but I'm curious if you do.
To what? Communication with parents?
To have parents understand the many ways that they might deal with an emergency and how to keep their kids safe.
I just don't see it as an ends policy addition.
I still do, but
I am still 2. Marilyn, do you have any thoughts on this one?
I can see good in both. Again, Mr. Dunford is correct. This is an ends policy for the board directing the superintendent. And I feel like some of the statements already do that. So I don't know if an addition of another statement really makes sense, but I agree with the concept that we do need to communicate for sure.
Okay, so we have 3 people that are open to having something in the ends policy, 2 people that don't think it belongs there. Brian?
Did you? Oh, I thought you were pointing at me when you said 2 people.
Oh,
Because I tend to agree
Marilyn?
with Marilyn, and I don't see a huge problem with adding it to the ends policy, but I don't see a huge problem leaving it out either. So
Brian?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand what the negative would be in adding it. I know Bryce, Mr. Dunford, tried to explain it, but I don't know if it's. I don't understand why it would be a bad thing to add it.
This is our initial discussion too, where we're kind of talking about whether or not we want to make changes. We'll bring it back next month. So let's have you bring back some specific language next month, and we can, still at that time decide if we want that or take it out, and you'll have time to ponder that over. Does that work for everyone?
I like that.
Okay. Are there any other things as you read through this policy that you think may be missing that you would want added to this ends policy? Okay, let's wrap up this discussion, and again, we'll bring this back. So if you think of something in the next month, jot it down, and if you have suggested language, bring that back next time. Thank you, and thank you for your work on, Nikki, for your work on this. Okay, we will go to our next agenda item. We are pleased to have our Language and Cultural Services Department here with us today, and we will start with Mr. Mike Anderson, and then invite Michelle else with you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As you know, you've been hearing from various offices and departments around the district with updates on the great work they're doing and the purpose of their offices or departments, as well as how they go about their day-to-day work and some of their goals. And so we're pleased to hear from the Office of Language and Culture Services tonight, and Ms. Michelle Ovday, who oversees that office, is here today, and I'll turn it to her.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. Before I begin my team report on the exciting growth that our district is having, I want to personally address you, the board, superintendent, and to the district as a whole. I often challenge people to be comfortable with being uncomfortable in conversations. Today, I am very uncomfortable in the very uncomfortable position of acknowledging that although done under false pretenses, some of the things stated by me and my team made it sound like we disregard or take advantage of the laws and board policies, and for this, we are truly sorry. In the video, I personally used the word loopholes, and I recognize that I made it sound as though we may be undermining state and district rules and policies. I admit it was a poor choice of words, but it was by no means a sentiment of avoiding or working the system. What I was trying to say was that with the state board's R277 equity rule, each district has flexibility to operate in a way that allows them to address unique needs. As you will see shortly, we have a growing number of newcomer students, and their needs greatly vary from one school district to the next. To be clear, we support and follow all state laws and board policies, including the right for parents to opt out their students of classroom instruction. In my department, we are all teachers and lifelong learners. And as lifelong learners, I want to assure you that we learned valuable lessons from this. For example, moving forward, notification of presentations given by my team will be sent to parents ahead of time so they can prepare and talk to their children and opt out if they choose to do so. A second notification will be still sent home after our visit so that the conversation can continue. We truly appreciate your support, and again, I apologize and sincerely regret the confusion and hurt this has caused to the school community, you as board members, and the superintendent. So, with that, you'll have a handout that's coming around to you. Our department operates in many capacities that I don't think many of the greater community realize who we are as language and culture services. Our mission statement is that we are to provide culture and language supports to schools, families, and communities of diverse backgrounds. On the next slide, you'll see that we have puzzle pieces that are put together to identify who we are as a department, with language and culture coming together. Over the years, possibly decades, our department has been known as the Alternative Language Services, Educational Support Services, and other numerous names. Over the last 2.5 years, we have been now called the Language and Culture Services thanks to your board leadership. You cannot have one without the other. When you're interacting with language, you are also interacting with culture. And you'll see here how many we have. I'm going to give some preferences. A lot of times when I'm with teachers and our language learner leads, we talk about our second language learners as ML students, multilingual learners. Those students are linguistically gifted. And so the term that many people here have been EL, English learners, has been changed to ML. So on this next slide, you will see that our ML learner count over the past 6 years has gone up in just Jordan School District. We started off in 2017 with 2,607 students. As of this year, January, we have 4,741 students. And pop quiz, how many languages do we have in our school district? You read it. I gave it.
42?
No.
100.
96?
63.
I thought it was 200.
Number gets a point.
Book quiz?
We have 63 languages, which we have to navigate not only with different parent meetings, but we have parent-teacher conferences coming up. And so we have to work through the logistics so that parents of all cultures, languages, and backgrounds receive the information about their students. With that being said, our team, my team behind me here, work very hard with various schools, providing workshops, trainings, and professional development. 3 of which specifically focus on our language learners that are called SIOP. SIOP stands for Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol. It's basically making the content that students are learning in the schools comprehensible to how they operate in the classroom. And in hand, we then use WIDA, which stands for World instruction design assessment. It's a national assessment that is used that provides supports and tools to our MLs, our multilingual learners, to succeed in school. And that's one of the assessments that you'll see here following. And then finally, another software support, thanks to our legislative funding, we use is to assist students and teachers in Elevation, nicely coined ELL at the beginning, Elevation to stand for our language learners, and Imagine Learning. And those are supports that schools use with the students. They also help our staff and principals in areas of compliance, because they are also looking at the data of their MLs in their school and help guide them in direction of how they're going to be instructing them with the content in our schools. So with that, our WIDA assessment, one that is national, is an assessment that we work closely with Ben Jamison's team. Our department has a wonderful opportunity to meet with them quite often. Almost every day, it seems like, whenever we get a newcomer or an ML into our school, we have a report that is run at the school level and given to us. They are then given either the WIDA screener, and right now, January through March, we have what is called the WIDA test. As you can see, over the last 4 years, this line indicates how many of participation that we have successful with this. Why is it such a high number? This test is one that is designed where students that speak a second language have to take. We have this test in place for per Title III law. It is to make sure that students and their civil rights are ensured so that we can develop language accommodations and interventions for them. And so it is a mandatory state test that students take. It's one of the very few that students cannot typically opt out of. There are other ways, but they typically cannot opt out of this. As you can see, because we don't want to violate students' civil rights, this test is necessary so that we can instruct them better. You'll see the dip in participation rate, of course, during COVID. And with that, after we have the scores, we dive down deep into different levels. WIDA does not score by grade level, it scores by aptitude and what they can learn. As we look at our own children, it takes them 3 to 4 years to learn to speak to us in English. The same can be true when you have language learners that are coming to us at any age. So we can have a 10th grader, it's going to take 3 to 4 years for them to have the basic interpersonal communication skills, which is called BICS. Our goal is to then get them to the cognitive academic language. That is where you will see different levels. Level 1 is just that. They're learning to speak English, they're learning common phrases, they're trying to interact, how to even ask for simple phrases as I need to go to the bathroom. These do not correspond to grade levels. What you see here is also what will match on the handout. We have a situation in our district that we work in our department to try to make sure that teachers are using the cognitive academic language with students. We work bi-weekly with teaching and learning department. We're in meetings every other week with the literacy department to make sure that our level 3s, as you see in the red, are where they stay. Sometimes at the WIDA language, we call them eternal 3s, because that's where they can pretend that they are speaking just like us and understanding. Those basic interpersonal communication skills have them falsely identified as they understand what we're saying. They're playing at recess, they're talking at lunch, they're interacting in the classroom, but it's the false pretense, and we have to get them over the hump. Once we do get them over those BICS, you can see in levels 4 and 5, they soar. They feel comfortable, they're able to get into the AP classes. Right now with the WIDA test, we are looking at different ways to make sure that level 5 is where they can get into AP classes, but we're looking at a little adjustment to say, well, level 4s can do it too. And we wanna make sure that they're identified in the correct class. So everything we provide is essential for all, but for our students that we work with in Language and Culture Services, it's critical for some of our students. So the services we provide in addition to that, as we want to support our students in their language and culture needs, we have an ESL endorsement, English as a Second Language endorsement for our teachers across the district through SUU. So they receive the college credit with that, and many of the staff are the teachers on that. They're trained and ESL certified to conduct those courses. We do monthly parent orientations for our newcomer parents, discussions on how to interact in the classrooms, how to call your child in sick, things that we often take for granted as parents who have been navigating this system for years. We provide the supports. And then our newest one that we work in tandem with our Title I schools is our Family Engagement Center. We all know that our students are only as successful as their parents feel comfortable being. And in those Family Engagement Centers, we provide English classes, how to use the library, public library, how to use the UTA tracks, and they've even gone to concerts. And it's become a great community because they know where they can go and what resources they can go to when they have questions on different things. For example, one parent was so proud that their child had had all A's, they didn't understand why they were failing and not going to graduate. This parent came into our office speaking Spanish, and many of us do speak Spanish, and when we were looking at what was going on, those were absences. And so it's critical that we make sure that we provide support for them, which is, again, in our department, we have interpreting and translation. People think that they're often the same. They're not. Interpreting is when we would verbally speak with you. I would have someone speaking next to me and explaining what is happening. On paper, we are being very aware district-wide that our second language is Spanish, and we have been translating the documents. So everything you see in English would be written into that native language. We do that not only for Spanish, but for the other 63 languages as well. So we stay quite busy with requests and support. We always know, and we always go off of the adage that relationships precede learning, so we get to know our families every time they enroll in our schools. Finally, the final piece as we're establishing relationships is our annual Fall Family Fair. All parents and community members are invited, and it's a great time of resources. Resources not only within our district, but within our community. Resources that parents of all walks of life can grab a hold of so that their child can have a successful year in school. It's a party, it's grown over the years, and we even did it during COVID. We had a drive-by where we had bags and candy and treats so that parents could still grab a hold of resources and free snacks and food for their children. It's turned so much into something big that schools are starting to see the need and the understanding of reaching out to their community. And since we have been doing this, we've noticed a change in the culture at schools. We have culture nights. We have Aspen Elementary did a wonderful community night that was almost as successful. I said, we're going to just do it there next year with how many people were there and the tables that they provided. And we're starting to see schools reach out to their families and invite them in. And so we even, if you come this next year, we encourage you. We have a great band that played last year, and with Encore, they are going to be returning. The Superintendents of Rock, our very own superintendent, helping to lead that group. But it's one where we have celebration, we unify together so that their child can feel safe and learning in school. In front of you, you have a list of things that I identified and what I just stated. Wanted to make cause there was an extra one added before the immigrant students and newcomers. That is not correct, so just omit the one as we have the change. We made the change on your board documents. But because of our language learners and those growth, you will see schools that are in targeted school improvement, mainly because of their MLs, sometimes as well in addition with special ed. We're working with assessment and special ed to help look through the data, look at strategies that they need to share the academic language and instruction, and working with departments and programs across the district constantly in our meetings. If there's any questions at this time, I would be happy to take those. Thank you.
So walk me through, a family moves to Utah from who knows where?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. Walk me through the initial, how do we identify them? Because I'm guessing they're walking into a community and don't know where to go, and they don't even know what they don't know.
There's
So
two
walk
processes.
me through
Sure.
that process of how we
Sure.
identify and what services we start with.
The good thing is with those processes, we are partnered and we work with International Rescue Committee, which is IRC, Catholic Community Services, which is CCS. There are also 2 subgroups of those agencies, AAU, and then a new one that is in actually Cache Valley, Logan. They reach out to us and say, because they usually have, sometimes our families spend 8 to 10 years in those refugee camps. So they have an agency that they're working through. We get an email, and in that email, it lists the family, where they're going to be residing, how many kids, and we then look at the address and determine what schools they'll go to. Tony Brown and Shasta Burton then take that, reach out to the schools, and let them know we are going to be setting up an interpreter with the family to come to register them. A lot of times it's Tony going out to the schools with the family, registering the family, getting all the documents they need in place. Typically, when they get to the school with the agency at that point, we have 10 days to get them into school. So it's never convenient when they arrive for the school. They could arrive on Valentine's Day. If that's on their 10th day, we have to put them into the school. And from there, the team goes out, meets with the language learner, the ELD lead, the principal, the parents, and puts a plan in place of how they can support the student. Our schools are definitely growing and changing, and it's not just in one area anymore. And so we're working very hard to make sure that the schools have the supports in place to at least assign students to classes. It's really important that our teachers become ESL endorsed so that they have what they need to make sure that they're learning with it. So that's the initial, that I gave you the easy process, but yeah.
Do they push back? Are they terrified? Is school the enemy and I don't want to be
No, they're
identified? Or is
excited.
school that I can't wait to get into school?
They can't wait to get into school. They know that there's going to be some challenges. And if you can imagine, a lot of these parents, when you talk to them, especially at the Family Engagement Center, we say, there's a question that Silviani, who is the teacher of the adults, asks them, what do you do? And they'll say, oh, I flip burgers. And she's like, no. What did you do before moving here? Oh, I was an engineer. I was a doctor. And so imagine yourself leaving these seats and going to a country where you don't know the other language and needing to start over, and knowing that education is the key that unlocks a lot of doors. So there is some trepidation, but at the same time, there's trust in us as the educators that we're going to guide them in the right way. And so culturally, we do see a lot of, okay, here's our kid, we're trusting you, and step back. And so we have to say, okay, here we have organizations as a parent that you can be involved in. And so just helping them to be empowered, to be involved and ask the questions. And the kids are excited. There's communities established, and so a lot of times, like our Venezuelan families have moved into Harriman, so they find their community in a way. But both.
Put an interpreter in the classroom?
No.
So there's a challenge from the very beginning. If you've got a student who doesn't speak English, surrounded by 20 other students who do, and no interpreter in the room.
Exactly, which is
and
why.
And the teacher probably doesn't speak
the teacher
student's
doesn't speak
language.
it. No. And there's devices that we've put in place with our Google Translate. Harriman has been trying out an earpiece device that translates as they're talking. So we're looking at where our hot spots are, our dead spaces are in the schools to see if that's going to work for others. Also money. Our department is funded solely on grants. But other than that, they're in the classroom doing the best they can, and the teachers are doing the best they can. And that's why we push the importance of the culture side. If students know that they have a chance and there's a caring face behind the desk, and they see that they are wanted at the school, they have a chance of learning.
What's the turnover rate? How long do they stay? Are they here permanently and they stay in Utah, or do you see a lot of in and out?
That number I don't have specifically, but they typically stay and grow roots. They might move from one place to another. There's a lot of communities where they live together in one place, and when they have enough money, the family goes, they send that family who's been there the longest into a home, and then it starts over depending on how many families are in that apartment. We see shifts from, South Salt Lake, North Salt Lake had a housing development, and that was torn down, where a lot of students then were in Granite School District. But because of that, they go, agencies put them in the most affordable housing. And so they might move to us. If we have second migration families, they would end up in Logan first. And then when they realize the resources are down here, they'll come down to Salt Lake County. And then we have a lot of foster children that are with families. So there might be fluid there, but I don't have the exact percentages, but they're here. And as you see with the numbers, it's growing.
Okay, so that's my next question. How do we compare to the other districts in the state?
Just to give you an idea, we just received a grant offer through the Refugee School Impact Grant. Out of the districts in our state, out of all of them, we're 5 for having the most refugees enrolled in our district.
So is word getting out that among their communities that Jordan is a place you want to go to?
I think so. We attend monthly meetings with the Refugee Workforce Services, Department of Workforce Services. We partner with agencies and nonprofit organizations like Serve Refugees to get the word out that we're here to support them and work with them. And so families are feeling, if they were already here, they're now vocalizing we need the help. And so the word is getting out that we're there to support and work through different things. And we're working with principals and teachers and administrative assistants on what to do when you're not able to communicate with the family coming in.
Okay, I have one more. Sorry.
Hey, you're fine.
My
Can you-
heavens,
I'm closest. See?
no.
You're doing great.
Can you break down the 4,700 by level? Is it
Of
pretty
WIDA?
high school? Yeah, of the WIDA. Is it pretty evenly spread? High school, junior high, elementary? Do we see the majority of them in elementary?
Well, that's a loaded question
I know.
because all of them necessarily might not be.
Because you said it wasn't
Low.
by grade level.
Right, it's not
But
by
can
grade
you
level.
Give me a taste of
We
where
have,
they are in our
42
schools.
elementary schools, right? So by default, they're going to be mainly in our K-6
Right.
areas.
Do they follow that spread?
1 through, yes, and they follow the same spread that you saw. But then we also have on the higher end with our 7th through 12th grade as well. So it just depends, really, in that 4,700. But then some of them, as we've been working with the dual immersion, we've been empowering them that being multilingual is their superpower, and they are linguistically gifted, and the importance of taking advantage of the seal of biliteracy. And it's not just set apart for students in dual language. And so we went out last year and worked with the dual immersion department and did a campaign and a video with them talking about how important it is at home to maintain your native language. And we're not trying to make you like us, but we're trying to help you see the benefit that you bring with your culture and getting that seal of biliteracy stamp as they graduate. And out of our numbers, we had, how many do you remember that got the seal of biliteracy? We even had some that were doing sign language, but the number has increased when parents are aware that that's something that they can take advantage of. Yeah.
And in addition to working directly with families, Language and Culture Services has really helped train school staff to be a great support to families and to help students feel welcome. There are lots of schools that have done it. Falcon Ridge leaps to mind as one that's really taken that on and has been inspired by the training received from Language and Culture Services. So,
Well, I just know that Harriman High has had a
I could be a teacher and just say, 1 second, Bryce. Marilyn has a question.
I'm done.
Are you sure?
No, but I reserve the right to ask more questions.
All the questions.
And you will.
I don't want to take all your time.
I do have a question.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I have another one. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, just to want to make you smile.
You say you're funded solely on grants. With a growing number, is that sufficient? That's my question.
Yes and no, because as we looked at our numbers over the last 2 years, Title III grant that we receive from the state that is also received federally disseminates that by our numbers. And then they also look at that number, which is currently being, I don't know how Monday came out, but we also then get a software grant based off of the number of multilingual learners. And so that then does have its effect. And then we also received some extra funding in our EARS that we listed here on this outline, which has been wonderful because we distribute the EARS funding by schools based off of ML number. And so that helps. I say no because the capacity of the growth and what we need to do to enroll, we don't have enough people. And that's where it gets tricky when we have to enroll multiple families at the same time, and it's just Tony. And we have to kind of say, okay, we'll be there at 1, or we'll, you know, and having families wait, like it's not fair to have them wait, but they have to because we can't get out there in time to walk the schools through the steps. So we get enough to support the schools. But even then, with the idea that the EARS funding may not be available next year, the minute we mentioned that at principals meeting on Tuesday, I got 10 emails. What am I supposed to do? I have aides. I have a full-time teacher that's ESL endorsed that's paid out of this grant. How am I supposed to, like all the questions of strategy that we need to put in place if we don't receive the EARS funding. That would be detrimental to how schools are functioning right now to support.
And Ms.
Are there-
Richards, the EARS funding
Oh.
that she's referring to, you'll hear during this legislative session quite a bit of talk about
Right.
the enhancement for at-risk students.
Thank
That's
you.
the EARS funding for
Right.
that. And so
Right.
that there are some ongoing allocations, there's some one-time money, and we just need to each year look and see where we're at. And
Are there other grants you're looking at potentially?
Potentially, the I say a lot of acronyms. It's the RSIG grant, Refugee School Impact Grant. However, that one is only identified with, because we're the 5 school districts that are the largest to have had the most Afghanistan and Ukrainian refugees enroll, that money can only be used for those families.
see.
And so it's great that we're getting this large pocket of money, but it can only be used for our 80 families in those 2 subcategories. So we're looking at other areas and we're praying, and you know, whatever else needs to be done, that happens. But our department, our team has always operated on Title III funding.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I have a question. My family immigrated here in the very first wagon train, and we've never left. I'm the wild one that moved clear to Harriman. A few people have joined us since, maybe a few million. What are you and your department doing for kids like mine?
That's a good question. So that's where you've spoken the language then. So you're looking like you have the cognitive academic language. And so when our department comes out, that's why we talk about the importance of everyone having culture. And that's where we learn fun things. Do you know where your name came from? And go home and find out, and here's an assignment. And a lot of students come back. And I think one student said, I thought I was Italian, and they found out they weren't, or something funny. They were like, this whole time, I thought I was Italian. And turns out I'm German. And it's a lot of fun. Our board, I think Tracy was there, and a few of and Lisa Robinson, our AOS. The best use of the EARS money is when schools have used it to have those culture activities. And last week we were invited to one of our schools, South Valley. South Valley. You were there too, Marilyn. That activity that you saw throughout the entire school at South Valley, that's our adult ed, was used with EARS funding. And the students school-wide learned about various different cultures, and then walked around. They had a passport that could be stamped, and they learned about the Netherlands. They learned about Italy. They had learned about India and Greece and Egypt, and the list goes on. There was 10 different stations that we went to, and I guess for the whole half of the year, they'd been learning about this activity and engaged in it. And the students that represented those cultures were able to share. And so bringing that out so that there is a sense of knowing that everybody has culture and we can operate and live and work together.
Thank you.
I had a few questions, but they've all been answered, so.
Thanks.
I did have one comment, though, at the beginning of your remarks. You mentioned that you try to teach or espouse this idea of being comfortable in uncomfortable situations. I hope you're feeling more comfortable than you were at the beginning now. But I hope that all the staff and anyone who ever comes to present to this group always feels comfortable in doing so. I don't want anyone to be scared to present to us, regardless of what the situation might be. So I will do my best to make sure people don't feel uncomfortable here. Although I know I have asked some tough questions, and I probably will in the future, but hopefully everyone will feel comfortable talking to us and sharing. And lastly, I appreciate your apology.
Thank you. Yeah.
I am getting a lot of feedback about some presentations that happen in schools, especially like on an elementary level. Can you tell me how those schools are chosen, how often they might expect to receive that kind of educational opportunity? Just a little bit about Giraffe Club.
Yes, you do. Because I was going to say the name of the presentation is called the Giraffe Club. And why is it called the Giraffe Club? Well, giraffes, they stick their neck out for each other. They travel in herds and they're never seen alone. And in the video that we show, most of the students, no two giraffes have the same spots. But yet they look out for each other, they look for danger, and they work together. And that's the premise that we want to make sure students have. But then beyond that, it's making sure that they can work together, they can celebrate the value of human diversity and what it takes to be a leader, and to use the skills that they have to be a leader in their school. And to answer your question about how schools are chosen, they choose us. A lot of times it's a mix of things, as you've seen with the numbers of our MLs, and I didn't even get into the ethnic diversity of our schools. Schools could sometimes reach out to us depending on if there's an issue that they have seen in the classroom, or they want to have awareness of the new families that are moving into their district. There's been conversations in the hallway that maybe teachers have heard names that have been called, unfortunately, and so then the principal or the teacher will reach out to us and request a consultation for us to come out and talk with students about how to be kind and go beyond the buddy bench in how they operate together. Many schools, because of the way that we work with the students, and at the end we celebrate, have a culture bag or an activity that we leave with teachers so that they can continue the culture and climate in their classroom, have had us back every year as a part of their, prevention dimension, so to speak. We're really big with prevention dimensions over a decade ago, and now that's what is filled in. We have variety of the way we talk to the kids, but it's the same premise that we're invited out. And then it just goes from there, because with our children, we want them to be able to know how to be kind and uplift one another, regardless of our differences and our language. I'll give you an example. When we were invited to a school in Riverton, a young girl was being made fun of because of her accent. She was a Spanish speaker. And we were called out so that they could talk about the differences. And we were talking about our cultures and what we did. I noticed the name tag, and so I started speaking Spanish to her. Yo hablo español también. I speak Spanish too. And so looking at me, you wouldn't think that I do. And we talked, she and I went back and forth. The kids are all like, what are you saying? They wanted in on the conversation. That's so cool. And then recess was completely different for her. They started to see her as another human as well, just a little different. And there's ways to communicate and work together. And so those are the outcomes that we're looking for. Conversations at home that they can have, continuing discussions that they can bring back. And so we not only do the K-6, but we also go 7 through 12. But we just don't do the giraffe because it's lame to the older kids.
I have a question about the ESL endorsement. I'm just curious about how many teachers are taking advantage of that, and if we're seeing a rise in ESL endorsed teachers in the district, or if most schools have at least one ESL endorsed teacher?
That's a great question, and it's I feel like a loaded one because I'm gonna ask for something, but Superintendent and I have had a conversation about this. We are out of when it comes to Title III compliance that we have to submit to the state every year. The one major thing that puts us out of compliance is the low number of teachers that are certified to teach ESL in our school district. We're on the low end of about 25% of our teachers are certified. With that being said, we are seeing a high number of wanting to become endorsed. But depending on time and their family situation, we have currently 2 endorsements running right now, where there's about 25 each in the endorsement. There's 7 classes, and then we have a virtual endorsement. So we have 3 endorsements running right now with about 75. We have 5. Oh my gosh, we're finishing up the other 2. I forgot about those. We have 5 endorsements we're running right now. They're like, please tell me. They're the ones doing it. And so we finish up one in May. We'll start another one. And so we have about 100 teachers. The best thing that we were able to do with our partnership and conversation with special ed is last year we finished just in December a cohort of 25 special education teachers that became ESL certified, which is a unique thing to have because many of our ELLs, our MLs are twice exceptional, right? They speak a second language, but sometimes they might have some learning difficulties beyond the language after we go through an extrinsic process with that. We need more. We need more certified beyond just the language arts teachers in secondary schools. We need teachers to come ESL certified, but I think part of it that we hear from a lot of our teachers is, if I become ESL certified, am I going to get all of the language learners, which creates a different load in lesson planning. And so there has been discussions of how do we incentivize it. Our department right now with the EARS funding does pay for endorsement for the teachers, so they don't have to take that cost of the $800 give or take dollars that it costs for that. And we supply books that they can check in and out. But I think we would get more, and we would get over the threshold that we need to have, which is like 50% at this point with our numbers certified, if we could incentivize them getting that. So I hope that answers your question.
Have a specific idea for what you're like a bonus that you get if you do it, or?
Yes, we went back and forth last year with what they could do with the EARS funding, because we knew, for example, West Jordan has, a ton more money than a school out in Harriman based off of their language learners, right? They get 300. It was a number that was created by me. There's no math, but based off of the L's, there's $366 per L that they get for the EARS funding. And then schools like South Valley, River's Edge, who may not have any L's, I allotted them a set base so they could do things like the culture fair and getting new books in their library. So many schools are incentivizing their teachers to get that. And we're asking them, because of to have equitable practices, to do under $1,000 when they incentivize the teachers right now. In talking in our department, it should be something that it's a yearly just bonus on their check. Your ESL, endorsed. Thank you so much. Here's $2,000. Way to go. But we have not gotten to that yet. There's been discussions. And
how long does it take
to
be certified?
Be certified. It takes a year, just a year. Not just, but they're balancing. I shouldn't say just, it's a loose word, but they're balancing their classwork, they're balancing, their home life, and they come to class 1 to 2 nights a week with projects. And we try to make those projects applicable to how they're instructing in their classroom. So for example, one of the assignments is to come to the Family Fall Fair, so you can see the importance of tying that language and culture together, but it's a year. Yeah.
So just so I understand, you're envisioning like a one-time, like, thanks for doing that, or every paycheck you get?
Oh, no, once a year. Yeah, just a once a year, this is your bonus. It's beyond the lane change that they have to work to get, because it's one of those important, the sheltered instruction observation protocol, those things that take time to teach and to really think about as you're adjusting your lessons in real time, take practice. So once a year.
You mentioned that you were going to make some changes to when you notify parents. So a school reaches out to you and says, "We'd like you to come do this presentation." Prior to these changes that you talked about, parents wouldn't have heard about it. Is that accurate?
Depending on the school, they wouldn't have really, no.
Okay, but now you're saying, going
Just-
forward, when your services are requested, it's going to be part of your.
It's just going to be part of our packet we send the teachers. Yes, it's going to be a letter that we say our department is going to be coming to you on 2/8/23. These are the topics we're going to cover. We'll send it to the teacher. The teacher will send it to the families. And then afterwards, we give the students their pencil, sticker, material, culture bag. And then we'll have another letter that we send to the teacher saying, we visited your classroom. These are the topics we talked about. We hope you can continue the conversation. And we've always sent that second letter home.
Okay, and it's the teacher's responsibility to notify parents then. It's not your responsibility?
Yes, because we don't have all of their information in that classroom. So we're asking the teachers to do that communication, especially since when we leave them, we'll be going to another school. And again, we're doing more than just the presentations.
Principal will also be copied on that email. So
Yes, and the principals will be copied on the email.
Okay.
Good question.
Sorry, am I interrupting?
There was one other thing I wanted to ask Superintendent Godfrey.
Sure.
The district is putting together a list of frequently asked questions, an
Yes.
FAQ,
Yes.
to answer some of the questions about this issue and the other issues that we faced recently. Is that correct?
Right.
Would you mind just briefly sharing with those present and those who may be watching what to expect there?
Sure. We have a list of frequently asked questions to help board members and others respond to questions that we've had. And those have been carefully worked on in coordination with the office, with Mike Anderson, with communications, so that it can be a tool of reference when those questions come. So that's going to be posted along with the materials for this agenda item. And then we'll be posting it on our website as well. And I'll send a link to board members so you can share that with anyone who has questions.
And if I may, this presentation we've shared and we've invited families and parents to come and observe and watch. During COVID, when we were doing it virtually, we offered a Zoom link for families to log in and watch the presentation. So there's always been the transparency there. And we invited board members. I believe you all came as well. Yeah.
You ought to invite these two.
Yeah. Yes.
And me.
Yes.
I didn't get it.
Oh,
Three
okay.
Three that haven't
Three,
been.
okay.
I want to learn how to stick my neck out. Also, I just wondered, so when you train, is it just however the school requests? Could it be a grade level, a classroom, a school? How does it usually take place?
Yes, it usually, depending on principal, for example, after principal meetings, they might come out and ask for our team to come out. And then we have to logistically, there's times because Golden Fields, for example, is huge. And so there'll be 4 of us from the team that would go out, and then throughout the day, it's 45 minutes in, and then we give a little material afterwards to continue the conversation, and we move around with a lunch break and a few self-care breaks. And so then there's some schools that just because of the conversations that are happening, typically in 5th and 6th grade, we've been called in for that. But then once the 5th grade is talking about it in faculty lounge, then 3rd and 4th grade, we want them to come out. And so then as we're emailing the teachers and principal, we say, okay, do you want us to come just do your whole school? What do you because we're going to keep coming back and forth. So it's organic in how the principal and teacher request. And our team also, before they go out, it's not like the students have never seen our team before. A lot of times they go out into the lunchrooms. I spent time at lunchrooms and just hanging out, talking with kids, checking in on how they're doing. Our offices, we're educators. Like I said, we're teachers. And I like my office. It's beautiful. But I also know my purpose, and it's the students first. And so we spend time in the lunchrooms quite a bit, establishing the relationships before they just meet us for those quick 45 minutes. And then after the presentation, they'll see us again. We were able to go to a field trip today. Norm Emerson with Arts and Media invited us to go on a field trip with all of the fifth graders from everywhere. It was just a whole lot of fifth graders in a Bravenel Hall today. And a lot of the students from our school district recognized us. Oh yeah, I remember you, and waving. And so that just made us feel very special as they started to see that we're not just strangers.
Bryce, did you have more
Can I
questions?
keep going?
Yes, you can.
I'm worried about your breaking point. Looking at this graph on ML students, it is pretty consistent at 14 to 15% growth every year, other than COVID, which we understand. All the way back to 2017, it's pretty consistent, about 14% growth. So I did the numbers. 5 years from now, we will have doubled. 9 years from now, we will have tripled.
Beautiful, right?
And so tell me, and I need you to be 100% honest, what is your department's breaking point where you say we can't keep up with this anymore?
But not in a bad way. For example, we have one interpreter that's Spanish full-time, and that's not enough. That's not enough. Thankfully, myself, Krista, Letitia, we speak Spanish, but again, when we're doing other things, we can't always go out to interpret. It's wonderful when HR can run down and grab me to interpret for a parent that came in to their department and ask questions for hiring, but it's not possible. Custodial Services has asked us to translate their material. They also have a lot of second language employees, faculty, that they want lane changes, and so we've been asked to interpret for those trainings. And so to really operate, it can't be all on our department. It needs to be a system that operates within the schools, where the schools automatically have the resources on hand to translate their handbooks, where the schools are already thinking about how they're going to welcome these families. Interpreting, if we, have enough interpreters to operate around each school, then we're not sending one person to do multiple translations. I looked at our Mirsa's schedule today and I was like, oh my gosh, and she's gone for a conference this week. And so we're looking at this is not this is not going to happen for her to go out and interpret. And then on top of it, we get Arabic requests, so we have to reach out to ComGap. And so we really have to look at it as a district of how are we going to operate within our own needs as a school, and really thinking how it can be managed at that level.
And do you have a strategic plan?
Yes, we have been in discussion with Mike and Dr. Godfrey and working on what that would look like so that it could be something where we're the support and providing the guidance, but schools, departments, and teams are able to function with what is needed to translate. That's a good question. I don't think we'll ever break because we love what we do. So the breaking point is not so much us as much as just
Students go without services.
Students go without services, and that is really hard for us. When we have to wait a day or two, we get so frustrated. And so it's just not fair to the families. I think that's our frustrating part a lot of times that we talk about.
And that was the point I was going to add. The breaking point is where we just
meet
aren't
the
doing the things we know that need to be happening.
And let me clarify, that's what I meant by your breaking point.
I knew, and
we get to a point where we just are not
we're not
meeting
doing
the
meeting the needs.
and students are suffering.
Yeah. And staff, when you see teachers that want to support, but they can't, or they have to wait. Thankfully, there's different programs where schools can have state support with training, which we're always offering for them to get that.
Well, it worries me. Looking at world conditions and knowing what life is like in Utah, I don't suspect we will stay at 13%.
It's a beautiful place to live, and they hear about it. And then with us being next to Lehigh, right, and how those businesses are advertising, it's something that we've used the Utah data handbook to look at what's happening beyond us and understand that those families would also be moving here too.
Can I just piggyback on that a little bit? You've talked a lot about what our team's doing in our district. Can you just give us a snapshot of the state and what other districts are doing and what correspondence we have with them? And just, I know that would probably take hours, but just a little snapshot.
A little snapshot. We have quarterly meetings where our Title III directors are all getting on the Zoom call together. That's led by USBE. And so I'm able to talk with people just as far as the Uintas and, Davis and all those schools. And then we have a PLC like principals and teachers do, that is the Wasatch and beyond, because we include Park City. And then we meet quarterly as well. So we see each other. We meet more than quarterly. We meet every 2 months because we need the support and brainstorm. So the collaboration within districts has been very unique. We email back and forth. We talk about the registration process and what's working for us. And the one thing that we constantly look at is, what are you using? Which is how Elevation came into our existence here, was those conversations with Alpine and Canyons and Park City, and talking with them over the last 2 years and watching and observing, and then bringing it to our district here. So we meet every 2 months as a state. Those of us that get on the Zoom call, and then Wasatch Front, we're constantly together. At our back to faculty meeting, we had Alpine come out and present what they're doing. So we constantly, not only within our district do we network with people, we network outside as well to see what they're doing, and getting ideas back and forth of how they're managing enrollment. There's districts where they have, like the Title IX coordinators, how they have mentors and pods. So there's like 4 of Tony's that would then go out to different zones in the school district to help enroll and do things like that. But again, that's the capacity that we've reached financially.
Any districts not have a culture and language department? I mean, that's probably hard because there's like probably real small districts.
I mean, I'm sure there's a few, but no. I mean, because you have districts that are just on native land that have someone that's represented, like my department. I mean, yeah.
So then in a small district, it might be 1 or 2 people versus...
And the bus driver, right? They do multiple things. But yes, there's someone in each school district that operates like language and culture services, but they just might have a different name.
Yeah. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Well, thank you very much for being here. This is a presentation we've had scheduled for a couple of months now, and it's been very good, very informative, and answered all of my questions too. We also appreciate your statement at the beginning also. Thank you, and thank you for all of your staff for being here today.
I was going to say that too. All of the staff being here to support, I think that's amazing. Thank you.
We like each other.
Thank you.
Okay, our next agenda item is a discussion of the fee schedule for the 2023-24 school year. So we will ask Mr. Sorensen and Mr. Curtis to come forward.
Can we airplay?
JSD boardroom.
thank you for having us. I can't speak for Cody, but I'm really nervous.
Make us feel very comfortable. Thank you.
For making us feel better. As you know, it's that time of the year again, and as we start this process of having a conversation about school fees and other items, we just kind of want to go through that and can kind of present where we are. Hopefully you've all seen what's been put in board docs with this presentation that's in there, and have had a chance maybe to even look at the proposed website that's out there. But we thought it would be good to kind of just do, again, an overview, knowing that we have 2 new board members that haven't kind of seen or been through this process, to kind of see the evolution of it. And so we would like to kind of go that route, if that's okay. A couple things as far as information and just links that are available for you. If you've had a chance to click on those, you've got USBE that has a kind of a page dedicated specifically to school fees, where they have a lot of different information as well that includes newsletters, reminders of things that we should be following that you can click on. R277407 is specific to what school fees are related to, and that link takes you right to kind of the breakdown of school fees. And there's currently, I don't know a lot of the details behind House Bill 175, Mr. Anderson, but potentially it's one that's out there regarding school fees. I don't know if you have any insight on that.
Well, in its current form, and I think it's subject to change, in its current form, it's very similar to what Representative Robertson ran last year, which would eliminate all curricular related fees. Still allow for extracurricular fees that would be associated with athletics and activities. Anything that the student takes from the class as a piece of art or other artifact that they've created would allow for fees like that. Again, that's as it's currently written. My understanding is that there are proposals out there to modify it a little bit, and the state board has been working with the sponsor of the.
Just a quick question. Does the bill apply to registration fees
Yes, it would be.
and class fees?
Correct. Any curricular fees and registration fees would be considered as part of that.
Again, is just kind of, man, it's been a long journey, but it's been a good one. Way back when, and really the last piece of the puzzle fell into place this particular school year. It was 22-23, where textbooks could finally no longer be charged. So you'll see that in our current fee schedule that's in place, but there was kind of an evolution of steps along the way for these. And as we began this process back in 2018, there's a lot of practices that we just have made our practice. That's what we do on an annual basis, as many of the requirements are expected to be done annually. And so as you see that, we're continually reviewing fees and fund balances with all of our principals. As part of our responsibilities as administrators of schools, it is to have those kind of conversations, to review that at a minimum on a monthly basis. In addition to that, each school is required the spend plan, the fee approval forms. We've adjusted and updated them as we've kind of gone through the process, but ultimately it's still very similar to what we started, when this process first began. Principals discuss when a spend plan is submitted to them at the school level. Principals will discuss and look at those and ultimately approve that fee request that the staff member has provided them. They are asked to maintain these spend plans at the local high school. So each fee every year is required to have a spend plan associated with that. And so if there is any fee that you'll see on these proposed fee website as we will come up to that, they have followed that process of creating a spend plan, filling that out, submitting that to their local principal. The principal will then dissect that with that group And once they have done that, they'll submit that over to the AOS to review for additional questions or considerations before we add that to our proposed website. And again, ownership of extracurricular programs are discussed in great detail, as that's kind of been the charge by our Board of Education, is to help ensure that these groups are the ones responsible and best understand their programs. As we continue, we will meet with our principals. We have conversations in our level meetings. We also meet with our head secretaries from our schools and have these similar conversations in their user group meetings, so that as questions arise or things that they're wondering about, they'll have an opportunity that we can talk through that. We examine the fees being requested, review the updates if there are any. You'll notice if you click on that link, the last newsletter we've actually received from the state was a year ago today. I mean, it was a year ago in February. So they've had a transition in their personnel up there. They've kind of moved from the transition team to almost the audit team, to where we kind of get on a rotation. Districts that have over 10,000 students are audited at a minimum once every 5 years. And so that team has adjusted a little bit from what we were used to working with. You'll also see the principal sign. What they have to do is they have to sign annually a certificate of compliance, that they're aware of this, that they acknowledge that. Each of our principals have complete that. We have a deadline that they have to do that, which is done in October. And then always a reminder to spend this year's money on this year's dollars, or this year's students. And again, as we have our monthly meetings, we meet with them and remind a reminder that any fee that is not on this proposed fee schedule should not be charged. And so they kind of recognize that if there's not an item that's listed on this website, it should not be charged in the school. Again, charge fees must be equal to, and this is kind of a challenge, right? This is where we're balancing, and where charge fees must be equal to or less than the expense incurred by the LEA. So it's okay for us to charge less than what it costs us, but we can't charge more than what it costs us. And so those have been the real challenges that schools are battling, especially, and again, that went into effect at the beginning of this school year, where anything that is charged at this point, if you ultimately charge more than you should, then potentially we could have to refund those programs and where that money was charged if we ended up collecting more than we needed expense for. But the challenge with some of this is we're just in the timing of our deadlines are unique. We have to have all of this approved by April 1st. Many of our high schools, and I'll just speak for the high schools, but we're in the middle. We're kind of just getting a good sense of where our fall sports expenses are coming out. And so we're in the middle of winter season. We haven't even had spring season. And so we've got to move forward with trying to anticipate what that's going to cost and go from there.
Can I ask a question on it?
Absolutely.
I was in a finance committee meeting last week, and an example was raised that, let's say a sports team, they book in advance, or they try to determine how much it's going to cost to house them or put them in a hotel for a night or something.
Okay.
And they collect that amount of fee, and they get there and there's a discount or something. And so we've overcharged. I guess question number one is, what do we do in that situation? And question number two would be, do you have an idea how often something like that happens, where we have to, fudge the numbers or whatever we do?
Yeah. We're unique in the sense that we have a very specific overnight travel policy. So when it comes to those type of things or discounts, you'll see in the proposed fee that our commitment is that we follow our overnight travel policy, because it's hard to project right now what a trip to Orlando in a year from now may potentially cost. And so all of our overnight travel trips are more focused on our policy, that we follow the policy that we have in place. And ultimately, if something like that were to happen, they may see if we get a discount on a hotel, well, then what we're going to do is maybe we'll add a T-shirt or something to kind of, go along with that travel, with that idea. Or, it could just be that, we're not going to make kids pay for their banquet, or, something as they adjust that. It's always hard to guess. It's always hard to guess what expenses are going to cost. And you see up here as examples that are listed, transportation. It's hard to guess even for our transportation department to know what that ultimate cost is going to be. What if our game goes into overtime? What if, this happens? All of a sudden our transportation cost becomes a little more expensive because our driver who is still sitting there waiting is being paid more for the hourly. So it is typically a good guessing game, and they've tried to do the best they can, but oftentimes they're leaning towards the lower end of what things they anticipate to cost, and potentially looking to undercharge versus overcharge. So it's hard to say how often things like that happen, but probably more than we realize. And so what do they do with that adjustment? Kind of, again, with the onus of the program, they'll have to kind of look at that. But when it comes to travel, like you identified, it's kind of a different route that we want to make sure that we follow when it comes to guest and overnight travel experiences. So.
Just to
Yes.
piggyback on that.
Yes.
So let's say we undercharge and then we get there and it costs more and we can't use money from any other account based on what you presented before. How do we pay for it?
So and I'm just going to use the in lieu as an example of an account that is accessible, or gate receipts. There are a few accessibles because it was never an amount that was collected as a fee, but in lieu accounts are used or provided to the schools. So they will end up using their in lieu accounts to either supplement, some of that costs. But as an example, we can't use our registration fees, which used to be part of that process. So anytime we charge that, it would have to be what the district provides us in order to cover the costs of those things that are overspent.
And gate, when you talk about gate fees, so like if it's not the football team, but the football team generated the gate fee, can it still cover the dance trip?
Yes, it can.
Pointing
So
out.
ultimately, gate receipts belong to the schools. They don't belong to. We have gate receipts in a variety, and so that's been a real. Football programs have wished and wanted to have that, but our principals have been very good about that. Is a school account that exists for them, and that becomes one of our flexible accounts where we can use money that's collected to cover expenses where we've underestimated, for sure. Am I missing? I'm trying to think if I'm missing any other accounts, but those are typically the main two accounts that we draw from. And so you see that, just as you alluded to, Nikki, we can't impose an additional fee or increase to supplant, another fee. And again, the 2022 school year, no fee can be charged for textbooks. So that's what's gone into place this year. We don't charge for textbooks anymore. So here are samples of what those spend plans look like, the approval process. You've got the class fee approval form here, and then you have your extracurricular fee approval form. Some of our schools do a much deeper dive to where they have spend down plans as examples, that they want even more. When you look at the top of this, you can see a current account balance. And as you go through this, you'll see some schools who are no longer allowing groups to charge because of these account balances. They're just higher and they're still not coming down, and so they won't allow them to charge this next year. But they'll also pursue kind of a spend down plan for those groups that have larger balances. Ultimately, continuing to work and going back to the board's request to list all these fees that were associated and done school by school. The teacher, coach, advisor identify what they feel is needed for the programs. Parents will be able to see those potential costs, and spend plans are available, as I mentioned earlier, at each location. The proposed fee schedule will represent required fees and other optional fees that may be associated with the group, class, or activity, parents and students, and so that everyone can have a clear picture of potential costs. School, go ahead, Nikki. I
Sorry.
see. Yeah, you're good.
All these questions. So it says that spend plans are available at each school for anyone to review. So would they go to their advisor to look at that? The front office? Where would they go?
Yeah, the principal's the main office maintains those spend plans, so I would start with the principal, actually.
Okay, thanks.
Again, school by school submissions include all anticipated costs. Overnight travel, right here we talk about that. Camps and clinics expenses are not identified specifically, but will follow policy and guidelines that are required that require expense notification. The 23-24 website is currently created as it was. Have the link, and all fees are listed on this, and are all subject to fee waivers. So it's important to know that everything that you see on this website is fee waivable. Our proposed timeline for going through this process, because part of the process is we're required to have 2 public meetings where patrons and parents can come in order to make public comment. So as we looked at this schedule, you see today is kind of our initial presentation. Then we will try to have the first opportunity for public comment on February 28th. Then on March 14th, even though I believe that's a study session that's scheduled, we're hoping to create kind of a window where we can have a second public meeting in order to approve that by March 21st at our final board meeting, because it has to be finalized before April 1st. And I think it was determined we want to be able to have time between the second public comment option and time before it's actually voted on in the next public meeting. And then finally, our proposed maximum total aggregate has not changed. This was created, and unless you're interested in doing something different, but it's been $7,000 since the inception of this. And ultimately what that means is that no one student can be expected to spend more than $7,000 in potential fees and costs in any one school year. And that is an amount that is set by you as the Board of Education. That amount's been set, and if you're interested in any change to that, you would just have to let us know.
How many people hit that?
I would be interested to know what the limit is for other districts, and are we high or are we low? So I don't know if you could bring that back to us, sir.
Yeah, I can certainly look into that.
At least our comparable ones. We don't have to.
We are, I believe, on the lower end actually, but I'm happy to look and see what other
Much
districts
lower than
are.
Canyons.
Thought we were too.
I just remember looking at it a year ago, and I was surprised with some of them. I can't remember if I was surprised that we're high or we're low, but I, for one, would just like to see our comparables, districts, and if we need to review that.
Research on that and see where the current school year's total aggregate is listed. I don't know what their new proposals would be, but I believe the highest one was 14,000, but I could be wrong. It's just off the top of my head. It feels like somebody had that. So, okay, with that being said, and we can jump into the website, but continue to answer more questions along the way.
I have a question before Mr. Dunford gets on his microphone.
Sorry.
This question is for Mr. Larson. The Finance Committee was given an assignment, I believe, last year about this time, to create a template on fees for the high schools. And we did that. We completed that assignment, and we brought it back to the board. I'm wondering if that is being used, and if so, in what way? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. I don't have a report on that. What I understand happened was that went to the different levels and was shown to them, and asked that that be shared with the different groups. I can't remember the time frame. I think the finance committee suggested once a quarter, if I remember right.
Yes.
So that was just suggested to the schools that that be shared once a quarter or when requested. But I don't have any further follow up on that.
Mr. Sorensen, do you know if that's being used or abused?
I'd have to do some more research on that.
Okay,
Yeah, I
thank
don't
you.
know.
It was a useful tool, and I would hate for it to just fall by the wayside.
Okay.
So this is done every year.
Every year.
What you're doing now,
Correct.
and what you'll be doing in these public meetings.
What we'll be doing.
What we'll be doing. What we'll be allowing the public. How many of these have you been involved with?
All of them, since it started. So,
I mean, this is a fairly
4 years.
new
I think
process.
it's been 4
Yeah.
years now and like I said, it's been a gradual implementation each year. It's been something new, but for 22-23 is the first year that everything that's in that state rule is finally in place.
Can you give me an idea of what to expect in a patron comment section on this? I mean, what's the range of comments that you've heard in the past? What's going to upset people? Those.
You won't hear them this year like we heard them last year. Because the rule, last year they passed a law saying we couldn't borrow from account to account. And we were taking general funds to pay for transportation. So we upped our activity fees by hundreds of dollars. Football was now hundreds of dollars more than it ever had been because football has to cover their own transportation. We can't take from general funds anymore. And so the complaint was, look how much football is increasing. This year, as I looked over the numbers, there really aren't a whole lot of increases, some tweaking,
Not a lot
but
of
you're not
change.
going to hear the complaints we heard last year because of that. And the explanation,
Football is still at that higher level.
oh yeah,
Okay.
And
because
so
the
is drill team.
the explanation was
Almost
we have
every
been, the
sport
whole
increase.
student body has been supplementing the football team. Everyone has been paying for the football team to go. And the state says we can't do that anymore. Football will cover football. And so the football fees went up. Every fee went up dramatically for that very reason. Now, that leads to my question,
Okay.
and I know you can't answer it, but I need your gut. We took a gut. There was a risk no matter what. We lowered the general fee, the registration fee, and we
Good
increased
question.
activity fees. And we thought it would be a wash. That what we dropped in general fees and increased in activity fees would wash out evenly. How close are we?
Yeah, I would say again we're halfway through the year, and which is the challenge of the timing of that. But I think it's become more accepted to the fact that yes, these programs cost a lot of money, and so I still think we're on the low end of some of the expenses that we charge. As far as the activity fee, I think it was a great move to make that adjustment and make that change.
We're not seeing major deficiencies and major abundances.
We are not. No, not at this point. That we're
Football
seeing.
over with fall sports coming to a close. You feel like we were close.
I do feel like we were close. And as I mentioned, I think as we're reminded, sometimes the expenses that and I'll just use the reconditioning of football helmets as a good example, right? Those aren't actually done until season is over because we don't know how many helmets are no longer safe. And so as those helmets are looked at, reconditioned, and refurbished to provide and be at the safety level that they need to be, that expense can vary. And so some of those expenses are coming throughout that. So what as we're allowed to do with uniform expenses, with refurbishing helmets, we can spread that over the time. For example, every 3 years we want to buy new uniforms. And so we can take a third of a new uniform cost this year, next year, and the following year to kind of come up with the amount that we need to have the uniforms that are that are there and available. Some groups want to have a new uniform every year, and so they choose to charge that. But ultimately, I think the helmet is a good example because that cost follows a season as we have to get the equipment up and ready to go and be at a safety level for the next season. So I believe that, again, the $425, which is what we charge for football, is a good number and potentially could be more.
Because you're not proposing a decrease in the registration fee.
We are not at this point. And I think schools are, and Cody, both on the middle and the high school level, I think that they're able to use that money. If you remember that fee, what you took away was the district portion that we would redistribute. So that's how we were able to reduce that. And so the schools really weren't impacted by much of what they had available to them. And so they're still in a good spot with providing all the experiences they hope to provide to all students.
Did we take away enough? Because I remember the discussion was we were going to go more, but we went, let's do it in steps. So do we,
I'm going to say again, it's hard for us to say being in January and knowing that they can spend that money up until June 30th because as you know, and as we scroll down this, all of the different ideas of ways they're going to do it, a lot of this will be end of the year type stuff, and so those expenses are going to come towards the end of the year. So it's just that I wish our deadlines, to be honest, for fees were August 1st. I wish it wasn't April 1st. I wish that it would give us an opportunity to review the entire school year before we had to have these approved on April 1st.
Some good legislator ought to get a hold of that.
So, Mr. Larson, I don't mean to put you on a spot, but in your professional opinion, would you recommend an adjustment to the registration fees this year? Or do you think the adjustment we made last year is on course? Do we need to tweak it? What would be your professional opinion to this board regarding that balance between the registration fee and everything else?
Mr. Sorensen is right on. It's very hard to say at this point in the year. This is our first year with that rule in place, and so projecting where that will end up is difficult at this point. My hunch is that if it were to go any direction, it would go down. The registration fee would go down.
It should go down. We should lower it.
If it were to change, it would go down. How much? I don't know. That would be my guess. I couldn't tell you. It's beginning of February, and like Mr. Sorensen mentioned, there's a lot of costs still to come in, a lot of school activities coming in the spring, the end of the year, where those registration fees can be used. So
our best course of action is to stay the course.
Yeah. We talked about this once, and there is a hedge you might be able to do, and that's to say up to, and then if there is a change in course, it can happen after April 1st. But it would have to be district-wide change of course. And so that would be a hard thing, because then what do you do with a school that has needed all of that, and then another school didn't? So I think you're better off just letting the year play out.
Ask one more of you. So we removed the portion of student fees that came to the district. Has there, to this point, been a time when a school has said, uh-oh, we need more back? Then have we had to dip into other funds because we didn't have those fees to date?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. We reduced some allocation to a school?
So when we reduced the school registration fees,
yeah,
the portion that we reduced was the portion that had typically beforehand gone to the district.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if we have had any instances where a school has come and said, we need some funds that maybe prior to last year we would have taken from that money that we've had to scramble to find?
No, that was part of the budget process last year. Was the district knew we would take in less on the registration fee side, and the school allocations were held harmless. So they received the same amounts, and we just planned on that we would receive less money on the district side. So I'm not aware of any challenges with that process.
So in the end, the schools ended up with more money than
Should have.
before.
They should have.
And then the district, we took the loss just out of our district budget.
That is correct.
The reduction came to the district side.
And yet
Schools got
the
the
increase in activity
Not more, because
fees.
I got the increase in activity fees.
Yeah. So the portion they were receiving in general fees did not go down, and the portion they were receiving in activity fees increased.
Schools got more.
Schools got more money.
I have a question about fee waivers. How is that handled? I mean, like, does the district cover the fees and the registration fees for waivers?
Yes. So again, everything that you see on this website would be eligible for fee waivers. So if it's a registration fee, if it's a football fee, if it's a drill fee, whatever is listed on these individual school websites, if it's a class fee, they're all eligible for fee waivers. That is correct.
My question is, where does the money come from to pay the fee that is waived?
John, answer that.
WPU.
Everyone else pays it.
It's essentially, it's just general money coming from the state, from the taxpayer, that pays for those fee waivers.
Thanks.
And we spread that out across the district. Like the fee waivers, it's not money allocated to one school, comes like.
No school's harmed. So if you have a school that has a lot of fee waivers, we pay all of them. If you have a school that has very few fee waivers, we pay all of them. And so the schools are really kept on a level playing field regardless of fee waiver status. And that's the intent of the state, and I believe the district's intent is to make sure the schools can just go, and the students can just.
Thank you.
I just wanted to invite Lisa and Brian and anyone who is listening that is not aware of the history behind school fees over the last 5 or 6 years to study up and look what this board has done. This has been a major emphasis for us in transparency and accountability. It's brought change not only to our district but to the state. And when I make a list of things that this board has done well, this is one of them. And I'm just really grateful for the work our administration has done, our coaches and teachers, just everybody, in providing more transparency and just really taking good care of the money that we're spending. I'm really proud of our district for that.
This has
That,
been
if I could,
go ahead, Cody.
I was just going to say to that, if I could just speak a word about middle schools. I know most of the focus is on the high schools and the activity fees, but the middle school principals have done a tremendous job in spending down their surplus as asked 5 years ago, and they've done a really good job this year, to the point where there are some class fees added for extracurricular and elective classes where cost of materials is increasing, and so you'll see a little bit of that in the middle schools, just slight increases in class fees, but they've spent down their surplus, and that's why they're now to that point. The plan has worked over the 5 years as intended.
And that's normal when you're tightening the belt. You want to tighten the belt, but then you've got to have to rebalance that at some point. So we're to the point now that we're starting to see some of that. But I think if you look at that long, big picture, this is a great thing that we've all done.
I was just going to say, it's been a real education for our coaches and advisors to really understand the cost of their program. They've never had to worry about a bus cost. They've never had to worry. And so that's been, I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's been an exhaustive, learning curve, but a good one for them to understand, that it's not cheap to run the programs in which they're providing for our students. So again, just quickly, I mean, if you haven't had a chance to navigate, you can see the tabs at the bottom just take you through, at the top, sorry, just take you through each of the different levels, and then you can click on each school. Elementary, we had no adjustments because none of the programs actually changed locations this year, and so everything stayed the same with the fees in which they're able to charge at that level, which is few. There are few fees that elementaries are able to charge, and those are the ones you can see listed there. As you look at the main pages of these, we wanted to clarify, just because there's been some clarification on the definition. The word instructional equipment and instructional supplies were added in the front of each of those two, because that's exactly what is meant for each of those. But as you scroll through each of these, there's been an increase in the AP testing. It went from 97 to 98 plus 1.34% of a administration fee, which rounded, that cost was increased to $100 at each of the levels. You'll see up to added in several locations. I think it goes to Mr. Larson's point that it creates some flexibility for schools who might have a budget but others that don't, that there's some flexibility to determine that maybe for this particular field trip I don't need to charge because I have enough in my art account that we can cover this particular field trip. But the next one that we do, we might do something different. So we've added up to in several locations. This one here in particular is for the middle school. Cody, I'll let you, if you have anything or any questions that any of you have that you want to talk to about middle school. Are there any questions?
As I mentioned, you'll see there was an increase in the class fee up to $20 for both entry level or advanced. They just decided to level that out at $20. Again, the cost of materials, foods class in particular, ceramics, materials are more expensive. Also, the addition of after-school clubs are now requiring an activity fee. They're asking for an activity fee after school with a potential shirt or hoodie. So that's been added on the general page, and then each school will list, the groups or clubs that they're going to be sponsoring.
Does every club pay activity fee, or is that just up to the club?
It is up to the club, but it's listed here so that it's covered if it's needed. Again, some schools are in a position where they don't need to collect anything, even for their after-school groups or clubs. Others are not in that position, and so it's been added to cover
Is that up to $15 for each club, or all the clubs put together?
Each club.
Okay.
Yeah. And then on the school's site or page here, it will list the clubs that they are sponsoring.
So yeah, at the bottom you can see, just click on each school and it takes it independently to that school and ultimately reflects what they submitted in their spend plans and any adjustments that were made for each school. You'll see at the top of each school we have, this is the old printable PDF, so we're not going to update that until fees are approved, and then we'll update that. It's always been requested. I'll just click on that. Kind of a simple one page sheet for that school, so that if I as a parent wanted to look and see everything, I could go to that PDF and it would be available. So once we finalize and approve the plans for this year, we will then update these PDFs and put that at the top of each school as well.
So one question that I receive multiple times every year as people start to review their fees is, how come in the participation fee it lists something like, I'm going to use uniforms for an example, and then later it's listed a second time in the school's fees? So is that saying like, okay, you have, this is the base, everybody in the district charges the participation fee, and we're saying our uniform costs X more dollars than what we get from that.
So no, we have so this main page is like the district page and what they can charge. The convenience of I'm a Bingham High School student, parent. I just want to go to Bingham. I don't care about. So what's reflected in their school one is kind of taking exactly what's on the main page. So you can see a district perspective, and then when you go to my schools, the participation fee that's on the district one is the same fee. So they can't charge that double. I don't know if that's answering that, Nikki, but if they click on this, then this just gives them kind of a one-stop shop to go to at Bingham High School, and in that they acknowledge that this particular activity or event does have a participation fee that is this much money. So
And so what I am frequently asked is, why do I pay a participation fee that then lists out, okay, this covers these items, and then later on there's this in the same chart, there's another fee that covers the item that was already listed in the participation fee. Does that make sense? So like, for example, wrestling is one that is just sending out fees, and so it's on the forefront of my mind. So, you know, they've got their uniforms listed under their participation fee, and then later they pay team gear, and that's an additional for shirts, hoodies, and pants. Then they pay another $150.
So I just scrolled down here to wrestling at Bingham High. And so when it says participation fee, and it kind of identifies and talks about the difference. So wrestling is, and I think that's something wrestling may have to adjust or consider, because they've moved to what they call divisionals, and so there's lots of different qualifier tournaments that exist. But the fee that they have, as they look at those, and I'm just looking at Bingham's as an example. So you have the $400 participation fee, where in that it's defined from a district perspective, and this is kind of when we as principals all got together and said, okay, exactly what are the anticipated fees that we're gonna cover and charge for these things. We came up with this generic statement of all the things that are in there. So it could be transportation, it could be work officials, UHSA dues, competition fees, huddle, uniforms, equipment, materials, supplies. So that's what's listed. Then they've identified tournament fees specifically in there. I'm guessing that's your question is okay, so it appears like competition fees, or in my mind, what are tournament fees, should be covered in the participation fee, but now you're also charging or wanting to charge $109 for other tournament fees that might exist.
Yeah, that's the question I get frequently.
Right. And so, like I said, I think each sport is unique and different, but if I was trying to answer that question, I would kind of look at this. It feels like wrestling pays a tournament fee every weekend, and $400 will never come close to covering potentially what that expense is. So for us to get where we need to do, we've got to increase what those tournament fees. Then you have kids who won't necessarily qualify for a divisional, but to me, it's a good one that I can take back to schools and just revisit and have that conversation. But I'm not sure that they're kind of looking at tournament fees as the same as the generic definition of competition fees that we put under participation fee. So I'd have to have that conversation and just get confirmation from wrestling in particular or other groups. But you do see that. There are.
Name the
Yeah,
season
there
it
are.
is. I get that same question.
Yeah, it's a fair question. Which is why we start this process 2 months early.
And the coach should be able to answer that question. If
Yeah.
the parent should be able to go straight to the coach and get an answer, because they're the ones that submitted that fee, right?
Correct. So they're the ones that filled out a spend plan, identified, had conversation with the principal, and ultimately made that submission. That's correct. So it's a lot of information. I just enjoy it, and You know, if at any point you have questions about any of these, I'm happy to go and ask those questions and talk to schools and see what we can get from that as we continue.
When does
down
it go
this road.
public? I mean, when do we start announcing, okay, here's what's out there and here are the hearings that you can come to? When,
Today.
if I'm a parent, am I gonna get an email saying, here's our proposed fee schedule?
Yeah, I think what we've done in the past is we've worked with communications to put out that ultimately this was presented at the Board of Education. And so here's kind of our timeline. If you guys are good with the timeline that's been presented as to when they can come and share their concerns or comments regarding fees. So we'll work with communications to kind of
The
lay
parents
that out.
should very shortly receive notification.
And a link to
The
this
proposed fee
proposed.
schedule,
That's
if you
correct.
have a comment or a concern, here are the hearings to come talk to.
That is correct.
We can
And
share
board
this in-
members need to be
You can share.
prepared for the influx of parental questions or comments.
So board members, is everyone okay with the timeline? It does have us taking patron comments at our March 14th meeting, which would normally just be a study session, but we would take comments for fees probably at a time certain at 6:30, I'm assuming.
It's either that or hold another meeting.
Everyone okay with that?
We've had less comments recently. So I would not want to hold another meeting.
What's the primary comment? We don't want to pay fees? I mean, is that,
A lot
these
of
are
them.
too high, we don't want to
Lot
pay
of money.
fees? That's the primary concern of the public?
Or they'll come with a particular concern about this particular fee.
And so basically, correct me if I'm wrong, what those parents are saying is, I don't want to pay for my son's or daughter's uniform. I want the taxpayers to collectively pay for that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Or they may be saying, I don't want to pay for the uniform because I don't think it's necessary to buy one every year. And I don't think you should allow a coach to require us to buy a uniform every year on your fee schedule.
Okay.
Or
It's cost $75.
So some of them are saying, yes, make everyone else pay and lower my fees.
Well,
Other
that's,
people are saying, this particular fee is unnecessary.
or I don't believe that this transportation actually costs what you say it costs. I feel like that's an inflated charge. So there may be a number of different reasons that they don't want to pay that fee.
And why at this school does it cost this and another school it costs that?
Right, it's up to this amount. Why, if I go to school X, do I have to pay this much for wrestling when at school Y, I would be charged much less? Because we give that flexibility from school to school.
Helpful to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Minus
Spectrum
the
is-
participation fee. The participation fee is the one consistent thing we want to try and do across the board, but as each school breaks down their own other items in there, they can be different. I did want to share, President Miller, I mean, an option, and by law, it's appropriate to have a public meeting and vote on it at the same time, which could be done on March 21st, but I don't know that you want to do that.
board typically likes to have some space in between in case we
Yep.
need to make adjustments. So everyone's okay with the meetings as it's been outlined?
Yep.
And I love this information that we have so open and transparent to parents so they can see before signing up for an activity what they can be expected to pay. It's a lot of information on here, but it's really good, informative information. And I noticed you added ballroom team.
We did
Just
add ballroom.
saying.
Not all schools have it, but we had enough that ultimately they wanted a consistent on the front page.
Not a
So
new
not
fee.
all
I've
s- not all
I've paid it
schools
every
do.
year, so it's not a new fee, but it's now on the
On
schedule.
the main page.
You've
the
paid it to
district-
one
the
particular
front
school.
district one, yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
Can I ask one more that I really often hear is, once I have paid this fee, can I expect to have other fees come at me throughout the season? Like, oh, now we're gonna, have a new costume because we're dancing at halftime, so everybody needs to either pay or bring X, Y, or Z.
The answer should be no. right? That ultimately this is, the idea of this is to provide an upfront. Now, if they wanted to charge a fee, there is a process that we could go through again. April 1st is our deadline, but by law, we technically could add another fee. It would just require 2 more public, just like what we're doing. Then it would require 2 more public meetings by the Board of Education, and then a vote on that newly added fee. So we really make and try to emphasize April 1st, you have to put on here, right, this is what it is. But so they should not be, and that can be discussed and talked with the principal in those situations. But a parent should be able to hopefully look at this page, say this is what I anticipate. But I also, again, it's important to know some of those fees as you go down here, right? And I think just on this high school page, because some of those might be these items, the camps and clinics or the student travel. So we've just kind of identified and created the link to those guidelines that we have in place, because those might be viewed as fees that are not listed on our fee schedule. And now you're asking me for $1,000 to go to St. George. I'm just trying to think of where you can travel for $1,000 now. It's expensive. But if I'm going to Orlando and I need $1,700, that's not listed on that page. Well, what that is it's separate breakdown under the school travel process that we have, and that's supposed to be up front as well. So
The question on camps and clinics, like sometimes there's a camp and clinic over the summer that students come to. That's not going to be on this fee schedule.
it is not.
But the coaches expect them to come to it.
They're all volunteer.
They are, okay.
Right, just like travel, but I understand what you're saying, that ultimately I'm running a camp and clinic for some strength development. It would be really good for you to be here if you would like to get stronger.
But they can't require a camp
They
and clinic.
cannot require it based on our policy and guidelines in both those areas. And you can't require people to travel either. So we are more strict in some, I mean, that other districts are not, in the sense that fundraising, as an example, state allows districts to have required group fundraisers, but our fundraising policy does not allow that. So the state, we might have, that's an example of a guideline or a policy that we have in place that is more strict than what the state actually allows.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, we will move forward in sending information out, and then 3 weeks from now at our meeting will be our first opportunity for public comment. Thank you so much for your work on this, and I hope it's running smoothly. I know it was a ton of work the first few years, and I hope that we're getting a good, smooth process down. Yeah. But still a lot of work, so thank you.
A lot of work. Thank you.
All right, we will take a break now. So we will convene back here at 6:45. Okay, the stream is back on. We are on our next agenda item now, which is a review of a professional improvement committee sabbatical recommendations. Dr. Godfrey.
Thank you. I will preface this with a note that we should not mention the name or location of this employee because not going to be mentioned until the board makes a decision about whether it's approved. We have a policy in place that allows for a sabbatical, which allows an employee to pursue additional education opportunities that will enhance their ability to do their job well, and they can receive half pay for doing that. And so we have the name in board docs. We have one applicant, and we have 4 slots available, and we haven't had very many applicants over the last few years. So in terms of the amount we could be spending on this, we're spending less than we might be, and it's really an investment rather than an expenditure. So I just wanted to see whether the board feels comfortable moving forward with, or there are 2? Sorry, did I say one?
I see 2.
There was one at first. There are 2 now. Sorry. There was one for a long time. Thank you. That's the quizzical look everyone had. Mike, did I? My subject and verb not agreeing, or what am I? Sorry. Yeah, there are 2 applicants, 2 out of 4 slots, and the recommendation for both was unanimous from the committee that we have in place. So
I have a couple questions, not
Well-
about these applicants, but
yes.
This is a great program. It's one that my employer offered and I took advantage of, and it really helped me a lot in my doctorate. It seems like we have a policy that requires you to do all or nothing, that you're going out, taking the sabbatical, not a partial sabbatical where you can continue with your job and just have a reduced job. Why is that? Why is it kind of an all or nothing and not I kind of did a quarter time in mine and was able to stretch it out longer. So I guess part of that same question is that what's the reason people aren't applying for this? Is it because they're going to lose their position and have to come back to something else? Well, they could lose their assignment, right?
Some of them are even requesting it.
Right.
But did my question even make any sense? Because you look like you're lost.
No, I'm trying to think through.
Or
No,
just
we-
logistically, would that be difficult?
It would be difficult logistically. And when we have someone that works half-time, it tends to fill more than their half-time. We could do a quarter-time assignment. We could look at some flexibility that way. The way that the policy is currently written, which was written a long time ago, it is an all-or-nothing policy. So we could certainly consider that, where if you do some sort of a hybrid where you're working part-time and working on educational pursuits part-time. I think mostly it's just I need to concentrate 100% for this year. But the board could consider a change to policy if you wanted to provide additional flexibility.
I would only be interested in that if there's people out there that would like that, It was a great blessing for me to have the hybrid and have some flexibility than to just go out. But
sure,
it'd be hard too because different positions in the district would probably lend it to being hybrid, and some positions would not.
I think we'd have some equity issues from level to level and a job assignment to job assignment, that it would be hard to accommodate partial schedules.
Well, personal experience, I did this. And it would be very, very hard to perform well in a program and still be worried about my employment. I think that would be very difficult.
I guess I do difficult things.
I guess.
You're exceptional.
we offer 4 of these a year. Is that my understanding? 4 slots.
Right.
Well, we've never turned anyone away that I know of, right? Have we had ever more applicants than we have spots?
I think we have, but it's been years. It's been years since we've had that situation.
So do you need approval from the board to move forward?
I need approval from the board to move forward, and what I would recommend, because some of these are time sensitive, is that if I get general approval from the board to move forward, then you can ratify that in the next meeting, and you can do that formally. But that would give us the space to move forward if you feel comfortable doing that. But I don't want to paint you into a corner, but it allows us, allows in those 2 situations for things to move forward.
President, I move that we move forward with these 2 sabbatical candidates.
I'll third it.
Okay, motion by Mr. Dunford, second by Ms. George. Any discussion to that motion?
I have a question about, I don't know if it's about the motion itself, but just this idea.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it appropriate?
Yeah.
Okay. This is for 1 year, so we pay them half time for 1 year. Is that right?
That's right.
And then how many times can they do it, I guess? Can they do it multiple years?
You're actually eligible. You can do it more than once, but the root of the word sabbatical is in Sabbath, so it would be once every 7 years that you would be able to take a year off to pursue education. So you can do it more than once, but
The idea is pick your year well.
right.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please say yes.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. You can move forward. We will have it on our next business meeting agenda item, though, to ratify the action that we've taken today.
Thank you very much.
Our next agenda item is a discussion of our board priorities for this year. This is something we started doing, 2 years ago, Bryce? 3 years ago. Started having an annual discussion at the end of the year, the beginning of the year, of things that we want to prioritize as a board this year. And it's an opportunity, to find out if other board members are also interested in having that discussion and knowing things that we want to make sure we put on our agenda this year. So this is our initial brainstorming session. We're not going to solve any of the problems today. We might not even determine what process we're going to use to solve them today. We're just going to figure out what the top priorities that we have as a board that we want to address this year. So I have asked Bryce to lead that discussion, the king of the whiteboard, and this is a great whiteboard discussion, and also an idea that originated with him. So we've even equipped him with a microphone now so that he can be heard at the whiteboard.
Oh, as if he wasn't.
Awesome. Is he gonna keep
I don't think hearing me at the whiteboard has ever been a problem.
Oh, great. And the other thing we've got going is a camera pointed to that whiteboard so the stream can see it.
Nice.
Yeah.
I would like to begin in GP 101. The opening paragraph of GP 101, governing style, says the Board of Education will govern lawfully on behalf of students with an emphasis on strategic leadership. Strategic leadership for the future of Jordan School District. Then we pick that up in 103 and we add to it where we say, this is item J in 103, the board will govern lawfully on behalf of students with an emphasis on strategic leadership for the future of Jordan School District through outward vision rather than internal preoccupation or personal agenda. And then one more, number 3, strategic leadership more than administrative detail. So what I would invite all of you to do is ask the question, is this just a pet project that I have? Is this a personal agenda? Or is this strategic leadership for the future of the district? Is this outward vision? The purpose of the board is to provide strategic, outward, growth-centered leadership, not necessarily to focus on internal workings. There will be another day, another time to talk about, well, I don't like this particular program. So today what I'm asking for is what are the strategies that you would like the board to address? Not so much the tactics. What are the big picture strategies? And we invite anyone. I'm going to ask that we not criticize. You don't discuss it. You don't tear it down or add to it. We're going to get it on the board, and then we're going to get everyone's on the board, and then I'll give everyone a chance to say, okay, can we combine some of these? Did we say the same things and can combine them? And then we'll open it up to criticism to say, well, that's not really something the board can tackle, etc. But for the next few minutes, if you'll just resist the urge to debate it and simply let me articulate it in such a way that you can see the vision that I'm trying to see. And I'll try and write it on the board as best I can. Okay? So one at a time. Whoever wants to go first. And I'm now going to switch microphones.
I'll go first.
Okay, Lisa.
So, District Policy A13 regarding school consolidation and closure that was adopted April 26, 2022. It set a timeline with trigger points to study and determine a course of action for a school that hits those trigger points. And Joel P. Jensen has hit the trigger point, I think it's A4, for a middle school less than 850 enrollment. And I would like a strategy, I don't know, not a tactic, I don't know. I propose that the board studies the implications and possibilities surrounding the school with this situation. And I have specifics, but I will not get into those because this is not the time, I think, maybe.
So you're just asking to implement a policy. We're not changing the policy, we're just implementing the policy.
Actually, I don't know. I don't want to implement the policy like the timeline. This is what we're going to do as if we're going to close or consolidate the school. The action that I would like to see is study as far as how proximity to Joel P. Jensen Middle School affects ability and accessibility to participation in athletics and other educational opportunities before moving forward with policy A13.
Okay. I mean, I can put that, but that's an assignment facilities committee has been working on for quite a while. You want to just put it up here for a board to look at? Keep it on facilities assignment?
Can we make it more broad? Can we make it like, are we using all of our facilities appropriately?
So maybe I don't understand what this priority meeting is actually about. I might not have understood your definition 100%.
But I think what I'm hearing you say, so we have our policy that triggers, and I think what I'm hearing you say is you would like us to study like how closure of a school like would affect students' abilities to participate in extracurricular and athletic events.
Or are you
Well,
just,
and not
not
even
something-
athletic events, but as athletes in athletic programs. And also, well, there are ninth graders who are, yeah. And also, anyway, and family accessibility to the school, how that affects their ability to participate. So is that not part of the policy, or is it part of the policy to study how the closure of a school would affect,
The
or the
only thing that
consolidation would affect the specific demographic of that school?
I'm putting up that, but we're talking about a single school rather than a board priority for an entire district. Our discussion today is really about where are we as a district and what are the overall objectives we as a district need to overcome, rather than I'm concerned about this particular school and I'd like to call for a study on that particular school.
So Lisa, see if we can put it under this umbrella. What if we studied the use of facilities, and if we're using our facilities appropriately, and is there other things that we could add to certain facilities that might be able to enhance the programs there?
Well,
Which I would say is the very purpose of the facilities committee. So basically, as a board, we would just simply say, facilities, can you do your assignment?
Put that up there.
okay, thank you. I think I'm understanding better. I just thought that this was priorities, and maybe this is not broad enough.
But I still
So-
think you're asking for something deeper than what anything facilities committee has done before.
Because it seems like this might include student services. I don't know. And not just facilities.
Yeah, because you're looking at a broader, not just on, what schools are we going to build, what are we going to close, how are
But
we going
the
to use our
effect.
schools, but you're looking for a deeper dive on the effect on students.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, is that a board initiative, or is that, as a member of facilities committee, something you could take to your committee and make a request of your committee and then come to the board with a presentation? I mean, I'm happy to put it down, but that's not really where we intended to go with this discussion.
We put it down. Let's,
Oh,
and then maybe
it's
we
okay.
can
You
have,
don't have
some
to-
more thought on what to do with it next. But this is a
Okay.
brainstorming session.
Okay.
And so,
Okay? Anyone else? Daryl, let's hear yours. Should I do mine?
Yep.
I have 4, and I really have 3. I think 2 of them are related. If we solve the one, we'll solve the other. So I'm going to mention all 4, but I really have 3 priorities that I would really like to see this board tackle this year. The first one is a financial. It's how do we reestablish the attitude and the habit of staying between 21 and 25%. I am very concerned that this board and the school district have gotten very used to deficit spending. And for years we had a massive surplus. And our plan was to bring the plane down and stay in the range of 25 to 21. 6 years ago, when I served on the finance committee, we began to ask the question, what should our reserves be? What's an appropriate reserve level? And it took years of significant discussion and research and asking questions, and it was not a simple process. It's not one I was able to finish as chair of that committee, and it frustrated me that I wasn't able to finish that. We passed that on to the next committee, who spent almost the full 2 years of their committee and finally answered the question, and they came to this board and said, here is our recommendation, 21 to 25%, that our reserves should stay between 21 and 25%. And we were well above 25% at that time. So we started to deficit spend on purpose. And the idea was to get into that 25 to 21 range. And we overshot it. And we are now at 19. Now this board, in a board meeting, made the decision that we would stay between 19 and 25. 21 and 25. And we went down to 19. And I still hear attitudes and habits that suggest we're still deficit spending. And I think we need to have a discussion as a board on how do we change the attitude and the habits of all of us so that we are 100% committed to that 25 to 21 percentage. And until we get up into the 21, that we maintain a conservation mentality. So my question is, how do we establish attitudes and habits to stay between 21 and 25%? That's my number one. When we were above 25, we're in a green zone, and we're thinking, wait a minute, how do we spend this down? The upper limits of the 25 is yellow. And then as we get closer to 21, it turns orange. And then anytime we're below 21, it's red. And when we're in a red zone, we really need to all come together and say, how do we get back into the 21 to 25? I think as a board and as a system, we need to have some discussions about attitudes and habits.
Looks like attitudes, yeah.
We need to be the dudes, attitudes. That's my number one. My number two is I fully understand what was intended with TSSA. But I worry that TSSA did something and we're not recognizing what it's doing.
Tell us what TSSA is.
TSSA, the legislature decided, wait, if all we do is increase the WPU, some of you guys are just amping up your administration. We want this spent on the classroom.
Which isn't true, it's just what they say.
Yeah. And so they said, well, we're going to provide funds through another funding mechanism called TSSA, where the funds have to go right to the classroom. And so
Teacher Student Success Act.
And so they started sending funds right to the teachers, right to the schools, not to the districts. But I think one of the unintended consequences of TSSA is we have lost our district. And now the district simply manages a whole bunch of independent schools. And I worry that that's fracturing us. And I would like to have a discussion about, are we a district? Or is the district simply a management company that manages a whole bunch of independent schools? For example, we now allow every high school to have their own fee schedule instead of a district fee schedule. Principals are making financial decisions for their school rather than a district acting unitedly together as a team. And so I would like this board to have a discussion about, are we a district or are we simply a management system? Now, solving that one, I think, would solve my third one, and I am very, very concerned about our high school principals. I think we are burning them out, and they will start to disappear. They are running a small city, and they are not equipped to do so. So much has been pushed down to principals that they're making decisions for their school and taking the heat for it among their patrons. Now, I wonder if this is the problem, that if we were more of a district and we shouldered a lot of the responsibility, or we we shouldered a lot of the decisions that they are having to carry themselves. I don't know. So I'm not going to list that one, but I am really concerned about our high school principals. My third one is the same as last year. How do we gain back local control? There are so many cooks in the kitchen. So many people telling us what to do. Now, I know the reason is because they give us money. And their thinking is, well, because we give you money, you must do it our way. And we respect that and we honor that. And we say, well, if we don't do it their way, they'll take away their money and we need every penny that we can. But there are so many regulations, so many hoops that we jump through. So many people telling us how to run our school district. And yet, we are the local educational system, hired by the parents to run this school system. So I'd like to ask the question, how do we go back to more local control of our system? How can we get rid of some of the cooks in the kitchen? And we control what happens in our district. There are discussions I'd like to have. How do we gain back local control? Those are mine.
Okay, I can give you mine now,
Daryl.
but I might come back because you'll cause me to think of another one. I had 3. So, and there are probably 3 that, as a board member, I feel like I have not accomplished. So number 1, how can we give more support to our ESPs? As a board, we came in and the board preceding us did great things on teacher.
Why did you erase yours?
pay.
I got to go smaller.
Oh, okay.
He remembers his.
Sorry. Okay, keep
We did a great
Sorry, I was
job
just
at
like, I'm taking notes, but
increasing teacher pay and benefits, and we kind of always said, as soon as we get teachers taken care of, we'll do ESPs. And we had a couple little windows to do something, and I don't think we've done enough. And in JPAC, one of the biggest concerns that that I heard from school community council chairs was that we are not helping our support professionals as much as we need to. And I fear the state. I've never seen so many teachers upset with such a great increase in pay. But I think that they even know that the state left them sitting at the curb and not helping them. And in this economy, with unemployment so hard, this has got to be a huge priority this year. That's my number 1. And that'll be my number 1 till we correct that. Number 2 is we've got to do something to change the misperceptions in our community. There is too many misperceptions out there. You know, for people to think that they want to run a referendum against our truth in taxation that we did in August, when we're on probation from the state for having such a low tax rate. We are one of the best run financial districts in the state of Utah, but we have people so upset and angry at us because they don't understand the tax law. They don't understand that what we were doing is adjusting for inflation. And it's not just that. It's many, many issues out there. You know, we violate critical race theory because we have social and emotional learning in our classrooms. Like, the two don't even relate to each other. You know, but we have many people believing these mistruths out there. And we need to be bold enough to get up there and correct it. That's my number 2. My number 3, I wish it wasn't on the list, but it is. Because we had it on our list last year. We started down a a course, I don't think we did anything. So, special education. We made this bold assumption as a board last year that we were gonna be the leader, and we're gonna correct special education. We're gonna figure out what's the problems, what supports that they need, and we brought them in, and we talked to them, and they explained, but we did nothing. Somehow the ball got dropped, and we really made no changes, and at least in my view. And I think they need help. I think they need help from the state. I think it needs to be our legislative priority. And I'm not even certain we still understand all the problems that they have in doing their job. And I was super, super excited when we took that boldly on. And I promised so many people in our special education department is we're going to come visit you. We're going to make our district the very best. And we had no changes. So those are my three.
Great. Thank you, Daryl.
No?
You can go.
Tracy?
I have 5.
5.
But some of them have already been said, so.
You're the winner.
Let's state your 5, and then we can go back and tweak. And I don't want anyone to say, I'm not going to say because it's been said. I want to hear from your perspective. What's the issue?
Okay, one is solving our ESP shortages. And part of that's compensation, and we address that in the budget process. But part of it is also what creative solutions are there? And how can we restructure? And is there a way we can get by with, fewer ESP positions? And that process has already been started. Superintendent has been working on that, and, he's made some really great changes for a couple different job families, and I know he's working on that. So that is an administrative piece, but as a board, I want to know if there's anything that we need to do, or if there's, a particular budget request that's going to come to us when we get to budgeting this year, that we can help solve the ESP shortages. So that's one. TSSA is on my list. Little different angle than where Bryce was at, though. I just want to look at our TSSA priorities and reevaluate those. We've used the same ones for a couple of years. In fact, I think since TSSA came out, our priority's been around school-based coaching and professional learning. And I just want to take a good look at those and figure out if that framework is still working for us. Because as a board, the TSSA is a legislative program, but as a board, we set the framework for it, and we give guidance to the schools on what to spend it on. So I want to look at that. Next one is how to increase student achievement. And again, this is something that we delegate to the superintendent to solve, but I'd like to know as a board if there's anything we need to do to help with that. Lowering class sizes is still a really big priority for me. I really like what we did last year and setting aside some money just for those grades that kind of balloon and get too high. That we've set aside money to maybe add an extra FTE in that area. And so I'd like to look at more things that we can do to keep class sizes from getting too large. I think just hearing from teachers, I think that's one of the greatest strains on teachers is the teachers that end up with more than 30 kids in their class are the ones that really struggle. I shouldn't say struggle. They do a fantastic job, but that's really hard when class sizes get high. So, and then my 5th one is we need to get serious really soon about updating our 5-year building plan, figuring out what schools are next and when we're going to bond. So building plan / bond plan.
Thank you, Tracy. How many do you have, Nikki?
2.
Okay, let's keep them here.
So my first is going back to kind of what Tracy just said with updating our 5-year building plan. But I want to focus specifically on the West Jordan feeder system. I feel like we have had a lot of conversation, and I understand that there have been a lot of questions of the order of events. But as we finally start to see these seismic studies come in, I think it's time for us to really create an overall vision. And then this kind of might play into it, but every time as a board I bring up pocket busing, I hear a resounding, pocket busing is not a solution in our board. But I see no plans in place to remove the pocket busing that exists and that will exist moving forward. So I think we need to really identify what our vision is in terms of pocket busing versus school closure, and what we're going to do to solve existing problems. Being able to prioritize. I understand that some problems might feel bigger, but some problems are already here and they're being ignored.
So how is that different than West Jordan feeder system?
Well,
I mean,
I
isn't that the
guess you
same
could
thing?
make the
Because I don't think
argument.
you're talking about pocket busing in general. I think you're talking about the pocket busing to West Jordan High School,
I am talking about pocket busing.
to the West Jordan feeder system.
Perhaps you could say that, but I'm talking about
That's a solution.
is that a solution? And what is our group's vision in terms of pocket busing? Because we have a situation that I would say is not a West Jordan High School situation that we have created as a West Jordan High School situation, because our actions are counterintuitive to what we say is our vision for pocket busing as a principal, as a board.
It would be helpful for us to bring back out the continuum that we developed and make sure that we still believe it. And if there's other things that we believe.
And that's what I mean when I say our overall view. Where are our priorities and where are we hoping to land? Because right now we have an airplane in flight and I'm not sure where it lands.
I like that, reviewing our housing continuum.
Yeah, so I don't know if that's on the priority list or can we put that on an agenda? Because I think that goes to a lot of them up there. What we're going to do with West Jordan feeder system, what are we going to do about building schools? There's several up there that relate to that housing continuum that we developed, which 2 board members don't even know what we're talking about probably. And
Great.
Nikki was not on here when we did it. Okay.
But I've reviewed it.
But hasn't had a chance to
be
speak to
vocal on it, yeah.
And then, I mean, the others, I know you said not to say this, but ESPs were my other really big priority. I said 2 because I feel like it's been well covered.
Okay, great. Brian? Right.
Go ahead, Brian.
Marilyn? Lisa, another one?
I can.
Okay, Marilyn.
My first one is special ed. And over and above getting help as far as whatever it takes for shortages with the special ed teachers and that kind of thing, they need help with aides and classroom assistants. And that is a big issue right now. And I really feel like that's something we need to help solve. Either through creative sketch, I don't know how we're gonna do it, but that's a big one for me. Second one is, kind of overlaps everybody else's, as ESPs and compensation and, I guess their job descriptions. You know, are we asking them to do more than we should, or that kind of thing? And then the third one is still keeping quality teachers in the classroom.
Brian, Lisa, another one? Okay.
So this is broad and it might not be something that this board or district has any control over, but I'm thinking about some of the requirements for certification for teachers could be evaluated, and I think that might be a USBE issue, but I don't know if there's any influence or effect that we could have on that. I think it would be important to find out what kind of education situations and training that teachers actually feel would be valuable to help them. I feel like that would be better requirements for certification than some of the things that are currently required. So I don't know if that's something that would go on this list.
And I would like to tell them to get out of our district and we'll choose our own certifications. We'll choose our own licensing, but I don't know how to do that. Brian?
Yeah, thanks for letting me go last. My first one, I have two. My first one was actually mentioned in this GP 103 that you referenced. I'm glad you brought that up. GP 103 J7, governing proactively rather than reactively. And after looking at this list, I'm wondering if that's a reasonable goal, because the majority of these things seem to be like we're governing reactively. We have a lot of problems. Some have gotten out of control. So I guess I'm wondering if it's I mean, it's a good goal to have, to be proactive rather than reactive. I'm just wondering whether it's reasonable or not.
Can I ask a question about that, Brian? So in what way are these reactive than proactive? Because I see that we could be very proactive in something like, I think my wish for special education is a proactive request, because while
But
there's
he's
a
saying
problem,
it's broken, so you want to fix it, so it's reactive.
yeah,
So your solution is proactive. He's saying the reason it's a topic is because it's broken and we're reacting to the brokenness.
gotcha. Okay, that helps.
And that's not I'm not saying anything negative about the.
Oh no, we've mentioned
saying-
that before in here.
I'm just wondering if it's even possible to be proactive.
We were, and then COVID came, and I think we turned to be reactive. And
I'm pretty sure that was on our list last year.
Yep. It's been on our list every year. It's a great item.
So yeah, these are all examples of things that we need to fix. Some things that are in the beginning stages possibly that haven't broken yet, but might. We've talked a little bit about removing books from school libraries. We've talked about issues related to gender. We've talked about political neutrality in the classroom. Those kinds of things are just starting to come to our plate. And I would rather be proactive with those types of things. Those are just three examples. Things that we can be proactive about that haven't escalated to the point where our ESPs are suffering, the special education people are suffering, those types of things. My second one had to do with
What was your third one? Gender, library materials, and
political neutrality in the classroom. And then my other one had to do a little bit with this book that we've been reading. I'm sure we're going to be spending time on that this year. But I wanted to maybe focus on defining what student success is for the district. Define student.
Portrait of a Graduate. Good. Thank you. Superintendent?
My job is to help you accomplish what you already have on the board.
I'm going to ask you, we pay you a lot of money to advise this board, and I'm going to ask, what visionary, here's my counsel as your superintendent, issues you should be talking about that you're not? Anything on that list?
I think Mr. Barnett's point about looking forward, I think it's a blend. I don't think it's a binary thing that, well, either we're solving problems that we're faced with right now or we're planning ahead. I think we have to be looking forward. And I think what we want to do is look at the overlap in these issues, which is something you've already said that you want to do. But I go back to what the board talked about the last time that we did this, which is recruiting and retaining the best employees, increasing student achievement, and focusing on health and wellness of our employees and our students. Those are the ones that stood out to me, and I think we've made some really good progress on those. And we've made that progress based on the support of the board, making the financial resources available to, for example, provide a full-time assistant in every elementary school. That is preventive. It prevents some of the problems that we're talking about here. It provides support to get us through some of these issues here. So what I would say is, in the same way that when you're teaching a lesson, you want to find an activity that can accomplish 4 things, instead of saying, well, now I have to teach social studies, and now I have to teach reading, and now I have to teach math. You find a way to make that overlap. So I think we just need to focus on where we can make the most impact as quickly as possible. And we do that by finding where these overlap. So for me, I view our job...
You want to find the original domino.
Right.
What's the original domino that
sends
ended up
everything
knocking
else.
all the other things
And
out?
for me, it's investing in the employees that we have and attracting the employees that we need. And the board has made that a focus. So when we talk about ESP support, when we talk about compensation for our employees, when we talk about structuring the job so that it's something that people want to do. I mean, we have our Health and Wellness Day on Friday. We have ongoing services that go beyond that. We've provided the type of support that has made an impact. So I think we're moving in a good direction here. And for me, it's where do we, I think the domino is a great analogy. We can't do everything. We can come up with a very long list of things that we need to do. But I think taking really good care of the people that we have and attracting the people we need is going to get us there. And so I'm focused on employees. Noe.
Noe? Okay. Okay. I love it.
Does that answer your
It does.
your question?
Yep. Business Administrator John Larson. I'm going to ask the same question. We pay you a lot of money to counsel this board. In your professional opinion, what are the issues this board should be talking about, either more or that we haven't talked about?
I like a lot of what's on the list. I would.
Could you tell me which ones you like the best?
I'll
I'll put a JL next to them.
I really like the one you didn't put down, Bryce, actually, about our high school principals. I know that goes to the whole burden that they're having and what the extra responsibilities have been placed on them, assigned to them by the legislature. But any relief that can be done that way, and that's not just high school, but that's across the board. I kind of wonder why the legislature felt it necessary to do HB 215. And if there's any introspection there that could happen, I mean, calling a poor family anyone with a household income of less than 150,000 tells me there's something else besides that. ESP's big.
Thank you, John. Associate Superintendent Anderson, what would you add?
Wouldn't add anything. My job is to do whatever this man tells me to do. However,
And he does it
Okay,
well.
I'll give you the same spiel. We pay you a lot of money to counsel this board from your perspective, from your professional perspective. From that professional perspective, what should this board be emphasizing?
I'm a firm believer that the quality of our education system will never exceed the quality of our teachers, and I would add, by extension, our support professionals and our administrators. And so I would heartily endorse what the superintendent emphasized with taking care of our employees. There's a lot of subcategories under there of wellness and other things, and it speaks to what John said about the overburdening of principals at all levels, especially high schools. It's mind-boggling what they do. I think we have an opportunity to also in our, it's under the Portrait of a Graduate umbrella probably, but when we talk about what we want our students to know and be able to do by the time they leave our system, we've emphasized a lot of learning standards and academic learning standards. I think we have an opportunity here to emphasize those learning standards that are not so concrete and rooted in academics, but the social emotional skills. We refer to them as soft skills sometimes, but they're the essential skills. In working towards a standards-based grading system, there is a void left for how do we deal with the behavior, those skills that we would like to see our children have upon leaving our system. How do we assess those, and how do we measure those? How do we emphasize those in a proper way? So I would add that.
Okay, President, we have to stop. I'm running out of board space.
What about Paul?
That's the rule. When you run out of board space, you've got to stop the ideas.
And how many years do we have to accomplish this?
So do you want, as leadership, as executive committee, to take this list next, or do you want to continue and digest this?
These are all important. Like I agree with all of these. I don't know if we need to vote on their top threes and try to get some consensus about what our highest priorities are, or if we can see that by what's been overlapping.
Yeah, I think
that seems like a highest priority.
I think maybe the executive committee could take this list and consolidate, because there is a lot of overlap and a lot of repetition, and maybe get the list simplified a little bit and then bring it back to us for discussion.
I think so.
I think there are a lot of these I want to discuss.
And I would like to see maybe executive committee, when they're consolidating, also maybe assigning some potential opportunities to send this to committees or staff, or where they feel most appropriate. I feel like Government Relations Committee has their work cut out. Return local control this year. Go.
There you go.
I like that. Thank you. We'll consolidate and simplify, and then
I think the next
bring
step,
back the list.
I think the next step is to have executive committee digest this and come back with a discussion topic.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate that.
Great list.
Yeah, great list, great discussion. Our next agenda item is summer study session. We did not calendar that when we were doing our calendar for the year last time. And just for the new board members to know, we typically do a summer study session during the day, one day during the summer. It is usually where we take kind of a more in-depth look at just one or two things. It's not a normal business meeting. Sometimes there's some team building, or we might go do a visit to a school or some new something new in our district that we want to take a look at, and then also do a deep dive on an issue. So executive committee discussed when to do that, and we are wondering how the board feels about doing a summer session on July 18th. That is the day that we've scheduled our board meeting for. We would still need to have a board meeting that day. There's typically a lot of bids to approve that time of year, and occasionally a few policies that we need to get to in July, because we will not have had a board meeting for a month.
We're
But-
legally required to have a meeting every month.
So we were wondering if the board was available earlier in the day, like if we could do a summer session, say from like 12 to 6, and then do our board meeting starting at 6:30.
Did you say the
Keep-
19th?
18th. So it's the day, July 18th is the day we already have scheduled. But would you be available any earlier in the day if we did something earlier that day, and then not met late into the night? Okay, we have one thumbs up. Two.
Back with you.
Okay, question mark.
It would depend on the time.
So Brian, we're saying, were you okay with one meeting, or would you rather have two?
I'm good with just one. I don't know what my
You might not
schedule's
be
like on the
available that day.
18th.
Gotcha.
Okay.
So
And
the
is
18th is already a board meeting, just a heads up. So you might already have the afternoon blocked off. We're just wondering if you can block off more.
Starting around noon is what we're thinking.
Like noon to 7 or 8.
or one actually would work too. That's
Depends on what we plan.
a possible agenda for it is that one of these items we do a deep dive on that day. Okay, so potentially that's a yes, but get back to me on that, and then we'll note that later would be better.
Just a little.
Yeah. Okay.
That could change.
Okay. And we started looking at other days that we could do it, and we were having a hard time finding another day over the summer.
Last time it was July 5th, day after the holiday.
Okay, put a hold on that for now, and then we'll get back to you. Our next agenda item then is our book study. Our Redefining Success book that we started reading. And we are now on part 2 of that book this time around. And part 2 I kept kind of going back, like, what are we talking about in this? Because it's mostly examples of what it could look like. So it, took a couple of things that have been identified in a lot of different Portrait of a Graduates across the country, a couple of really common threads, and then gave us examples and took us on field trips of what it could look like in practice down the road if that were one of the competencies that we adopted in our Portrait of a Graduate. So that was basically what was in these 3 chapters that we've read. So does anyone have any insights they gained from that?
First off, I have a question for Miss Dr. Anderson. On page 102, when it says, in Utah, state leaders have set a bold challenge with 2020 legislation calling for students to participate in civic engagement as a high school graduation requirement. Do you remember that legislation?
Did it say it was 2020?
2020.
What page is that on?
It's on page 102, down at the bottom. It's the field trip. And it talks about West High School and another school. I forgot which one.
Yeah, there's a civics test that the students need to pass, but that's been in for a little longer than 2020, I think. So, but yes, there's a civics exam that the students need to pass before they can graduate. They need to be conversant in the basic elements of a democratic society and basic not unlike the citizenship test that students need to pass.
Thanks.
I'll talk about chapter 3 mostly because that's what really piqued my curiosity. I've noticed in in this generation, the thing that they're lacking the very most, in my opinion, is problem solving. Too often parents solve the problems for their children, or the students learn how to go around the problem rather than facing it head on. And I love this chapter in that it says, if we had to reduce all the lists of competencies from all the portrait of graduates we've seen so far to a single critical competency, it would be creative problem solving. And I so agree with that. If you are a creative problem solver, you will need to know how to critically think, communicate, and collaborate to fully solve a problem. I just think that just says it for me.
I had a discussion this week with my brother about that because in the gold standard for critical thinking over the years has been writing and being able to articulate yourself in writing. And we were talking about how with the Chat GPT movement that's out there, where you can basically get on there and say, please write me an essay about topic X, including this, and it will literally write it for you and do a fairly decent job of it, although it's sketchy with sources and other things. But it's an amazing tool, and can be a good tool for brainstorming and other things. But if that ends up going away as the gold standard for critical thinking and deep thinking, what else is there out there that's going to be the next gold standard for critical thinking? And I think a lot of it's interpersonal skills, problem solving with teams, and relationship building.
Go back to the introduction. They said it so well in the introduction. Our students need to be prepared to thrive, survive, and thrive. Together, they provide a compelling profile of the 21st century learner. They are prepared to ask hard questions, find important problems and solve them creatively, advocate for themselves and others, and engage others to partner with them. That just was one of the best lines in this whole book.
I found it interesting that they included problem finding with the problem solving.
Yeah.
So, and yet this goes back to some of our priorities, that we don't have local control to do some of this stuff. And what Brian was said about being proactive, these chapters talk about creating places where kids can be proactive and creative and rewarding them that way. But we have to do it and instill the old factory system that, legislators and lawmakers won't let go of. And so that's the hard thing with it. There's great things in this book, but it's hard to work it through the system that we're in. And I think that's the reason why sometimes people are going to a private school, because they can do it. They don't have the strings that's holding us back.
I kept thinking a lot about what the Bingham High entrepreneur class is doing, and I think there's other classes now at other high schools that are doing, where they had their own Shark Tank, minor tank program, and kids are starting businesses, and people from the foundation were coming and coaching those kids and even putting money up, to the winner to help them start their business. I mean, I kept thinking of that example as I was reading a lot of this, is because it's that, that real world experience. We're in a day and age now. We've heard some people say, you just need to stick with teaching reading, writing, arithmetic. Well, Google does all that for you now. It's just we're in a different age where we really need to help students, learn to think and to problem solve and be creative, and teaching that Shark Tank is just a great example of, teaching all of those things and then more. and giving them real world experience, and something they're always going to remember. That I kept thinking of that through a lot of this.
I like the entrepreneurial examples as well, and it did make me think of some of the things that we're doing and how much I want to broaden those opportunities. I think in an earlier discussion a couple of years ago, a board member mentioned helping students be prepared to create jobs and to be the entrepreneur that invents and creates, and as opposed to simply qualifying for a job that already exists. I like the examples that point us in that direction.
You know, it's interesting. We used to have an innovation committee that would work on things, and I think the very last thing that innovation committee did is we were looking at alternate ways of creating high schools so that maybe we wouldn't have to build these big comprehensive high schools anymore. And I don't know if we ever even reported on it because it was done away as we received our final report. And we looked at a whole bunch of different schools across the nation and innovative, creative things they're doing. And we came back at the end and we decided we have it right under our nose. Like our JTech program is amazing. And if we expand that to include the entrepreneurships and stuff like that, we could really provide programs. We had some of our students up on the Hill yesterday, and it was interesting to find out that we have more people that want to be part of JTech than we have spots, and that needs to be seriously looked at, and creating those kinds of programs within our district. There's things we're not offering that could help that student. You know, I personally have mentioned several times I would love to see the construction program that we had at one time before the split come back, but other creative things, and some districts are doing that, and we're doing that, but we could expand that to really be something special, and it might solve some of the problems that we have up there.
Something that that I really liked about the field trip descriptions that we read about were they weren't some connived lesson plan with a hypothetical scenario. It was seeing a problem and actively creating solutions within their communities or even in their schools. Something that I would love to see us do. Often we have just projects, things that we tackle, even in this boardroom. I'm going to take it on small scale where we're like, oh, we would like our feeds to be improved. And so we installed some new cameras and we put a clock up so that we could timestamp it better. I would love to see us almost going out to bid to our students and saying, hey, how can you improve the feed of our board meetings? And give our problems to them and then let them create plans and bring us back presentations. The same is true, like if I need a banner printed or if I need a new board shirt, I would love to see us going first to our students and letting them have real world experiences that are something that they could add to a resume someday. Yeah, I have worked on I love those ideas. I feel like we have the capacity inside of our own schools to solve our own problems most of the time. And I would love to see us giving students opportunities not only to learn the concepts, because I'm not ready to say, okay, Google, you've now taken the place of arithmetic. But I do want our students to be able to see how to apply knowledge so that they can see that arithmetic actually will affect my life someday. And that deeper level of understanding that comes from being able to apply knowledge or even be able to teach others. I think we have great opportunities with mentoring, and I'm seeing small little pockets of clubs in some of our schools start to see the possibilities there, but I would love to see us push that further.
Go ahead.
I had a similar idea that, because I read, there's a story in here about a school that needed to change their mascot, and they put it out to the students, and the students had a whole presentation in the auditorium where they were arguing the 3 different positions and deciding what to do. And then the same day the legislature was discussing the cell phone ban, and so there's a bill just to ban cell phones altogether in schools. And, but then people keep bringing up, well, what about if it's used for this? What about if it's for medical? And so now there's all these carve-outs, and now half the kids are gonna have them and half aren't. And anyway, I was listening to the legislature, and I thought that would be fascinating if we let the students at the school
Figure out what to do.
and have different classes assigned and figure out different options and let them debate it and discuss it and recommend a policy for their school. I think it'd be fascinating and what a cool experience for them.
I'll second that.
The legislature, if you're listening, drop your bill and let the kids solve it.
Well, I think that's because this stuff is hard. Like, it's easy to say nothing, and it's easy to say, hey, take this test. But all this stuff is hard because it really moves into the area of subjectivity, and it's hard to measure whether or not we're doing good by moving to problem solving, to letting students have more ownership and creativity. It's hard work to pull this off. It's much easier just to let the factory go, and you can kind of just let the ones who fall out, But I'm ready for the work.
Godfrey?
I was recording an episode of the Supercast today with students in the web design program at JATC North. And I had to do that today because if I tried to interview them tomorrow, they would be out at our schools and in our departments working with web developers in our schools on our websites and helping make sure that the information is updated. So it's exactly what you described. It's addressing our needs as a district using students and giving them real world experiences so that at the end, just like Ms. George described, the plan, as I talked with the teacher, is then they're able to put on a resume that they did this work for our school sites. Then they have an internship 4th quarter, and they can list their work with businesses as well. So we're doing those types of things. It's just how can we expand those opportunities?
So, and then how do we communicate about this? So I did a lot of research on blended learning and everything. And I remember when I got on the board, Mike Anderson said, hey, let me take you on a little tour. And he took me over to Midas Creek. And everything that I had studied and I wanted our district to do, we were already doing. And I was frustrated because we weren't doing it. And then I noticed that it was like, actually, we were doing it better than a lot of the research I read. And so how do we, first of all, create it? And then second of all, tout it? Because I think that's part of our job, whether or not it's some kind of like Jordan TED Talk series where they come on and give their 20-minute presentation and we can file them up there and just have a reservoir of things. Because I really want to not only just do this, but I want to see it. And I want to be able to point to it and say, look what our students are doing. Because just that last example is amazing. And I might miss that. Not that I would ever miss a Supercast, but...
Well,
you record them faster than I can listen to them. That's all I say.
Every week.
Well, very good.
We do email those out,
mm-hmm.
and for CTE week, we emailed out not just a reminder of the open houses, but also a list of Supercasts that they could listen to about specific programs. We're sending out postcards about some of our programs to help recruit parents, or recruit students. But that's always the challenge, is trying to get the word out the best that we can. I think we've had more positive news stories over the last few years than we have had, in years past. So that's a constant challenge to try to make sure those options are better known. But I think we're attacking it from a few different angles. But that always worries me when people say, "Oh, I didn't know we did that."
We send it out 4 different ways.
I know. But people are busy, and it's timing, like we talked about with our security messages. So we just we keep doing our best and keep trying to find new ways to reach folks.
Shift gears here a little bit and chime in. As far as the book goes and the reading, I think there's some fantastic principles that it's founded on and that the authors are trying to teach. You know, skills that students will benefit from, and you know, character traits that we should try to be teaching them. And so I'm all in favor of those things. But what I've noticed personally is that it's a perfect example. This book is in my mind, a perfect example of a poor teaching style. The foundational principles are great, like I said, and I subscribe to them. But as we've talked about a little bit, you know, they take us on field trips. And as I looked at each of those field trips, the problem being solved, or whatever the field trip was about, it was either politically neutral, woke, or progressive. So from a casual reader, it just seemed like to me that the authors had ulterior motives. Maybe they didn't. But some of the examples that they used were racial things, like this mascot that you talked about, Tracy. They were climate change. They were politically incendiary topics. And those are the examples they were using. And they were trying to say it's a good thing that these students tackled this problem. This is a good problem to solve. So I didn't like the idea that they were trying to teach good principles, but using questionable examples. And that's the exact same problem we've had recently. I watched the giraffe video as it was presented in one of the schools. The principles behind it, solid. I love all of them. At the end of the presentation, there was a politically incendiary item in someone's bag. What do they call those bags? Customs, culture bags, yeah. And up until that point, I was watching and I said, this is a great presentation. Teaching great principles, teaching the kids to be nice and to be respectful of other people's differences. But then at the end, there was this political thing. And I don't think it was meant to be political, but by a lot of people, it's viewed as something political. That's the beef I have with the book, is that its teaching style is questionable in my mind. Okay, I got that out of the way. They talk about sustainability at the beginning of this section. And I was wondering, you know, why the focus on, they talked about the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. And those are good things to have on your radar. But I was wondering, you know, maybe there's some better things than Sustainable Development Goals. You know, what are some principles, some skills that I want the students of Jordan School District to have when they leave our district? Compassion, communication, equity, collaboration, creative problem solving, all those things are great. But those things don't sustain a society, you know. They may allow someone to get a good job, but what good is a good job if your marriage is falling apart, if your family's falling apart, or You know, there's other qualities that seem to me to be to have a priority. Integrity, responsibility, accountability, compassion, marriage and fidelity in marriage, respect for others' property, service, work ethic. How to be a good mother and father. A couple of years ago, I was calling around to see if marriage and to try to get an appointment with a marriage and family therapist. And I called several, and none of them were accepting new patients because they were all full. You know, what does that say about the society that we're trying to sustain? That kids and adults don't know how to have a successful marriage. They don't know how to have a successful relationship. They don't know how to establish trust. Just these fundamental characteristics and skills that should be taught in homes, and they're not. And I'm guessing that's why the education system is trying to teach them. But yeah, I would love my kids and your kids to come out of school knowing how to treat women, how to treat men, how to get along, how to overcome differences of opinion, and those types of things. Maybe not rather than, but in addition to some of the skills that they're talking about here. Because, you know, it's great to be technically savvy or have a skill set and be able to get a job, but it's not going to do you any good if your home environment is in a shambles. So I guess my hope is that as we go through with this profile of a graduate, that we include not just the qualities that they're talking about here, some other things that will define student success, their life success.
And I mentioned this a little bit at the beginning. I see where you're coming from, because I actually struggled with some of these chapters because, like, they picked what competencies we should be learning about, and we may pick different competencies. So I just had to keep reminding myself these are examples. But I look forward to our process, you know, as a board, and finding out what's important to our community and what does our community value in a graduate, and what competencies are important to us. I think I'm really looking forward to going through that process and finding, you know, something that represents our community.
It is such a slippery slope to start defining values, because as commonplace as it sounds to say, yeah, I want these people to be good parents or to be a good spouse, I don't know if those values are shared equally. And so what I think happens is we say, well, how about we teach interpersonal relationship skills, and we teach resilience, and we hope that those will transfer into the value set that you choose for your life. Do you know what I mean? It's just such a polarizing conversation, because almost anything can say, well, that's not my value.
Well, and you also then tread on the responsibility that parents rightfully own and have. So many of what you just mentioned, Brian, is social and emotional learning, which we are attacked on regularly because we're teaching what should be taught in the home. And yet, not all homes are equipped to teach that. So we're caught kind of in this thing, and I totally agree with everything you said, but we're caught in a trap. And it's kind of like, I'm done with being in the trap. I just want to move forward and establish, because I agree with exactly what you just said. And how can we help parents see that we're trying just to help them? Because I consider myself a pretty good parent, not a perfect parent by far, but some of those skills, I mean, I've gone in and observed classes and saw it, and I'm like, walked away thinking, that's a great skill that I should be teaching as a father, and I should employ upon myself. And yet those are the very things that we're being criticized with. And So it's a really tricky thing. But I know some of these authors, I've met them, and I don't know that they would purposely put something like that in there. I think that they just live in even a more diverse community than we do. Because these are the authors who I did my research on. And, and I've had opportunities to meet them from time to time. And I just think that, I guess I never really thought of their examples that way, but I do know that they grew up in a very different place than we are. In many ways, we're very lucky to be where we are, because although the family is eroding and values are shifting, I think that we're shifting in a slower speed than the rest of the world.
Truth is the greatest teacher.
Yeah.
There's no teacher greater than truth. And teenagers nowadays, they don't know where to find it.
Yeah.
They don't know how to identify truth from error. That's a big problem. Maybe I should have put that on my list.
Put it up. We still have room.
Yes. And so, if we could teach children how to recognize truth, how to find truth on their own, how to know when something is true or not, what process to go through to determine this is true or not. There's plenty of ways. Scientific method is one of them. Can identify something that's true, not just religious truth, but just truth in general. The other thing that as far as marriage and family relationships and just relationships in general, it would be really cool if we could hire the best marriage and family therapist we can find, charismatic guy or woman, knows how to engage with youth, teenagers, and have them create, maybe he or she already has a 4 or 5 part series on how to be successful in life with relationships, and provide it to the seniors as they're graduating, or maybe they need it a little sooner so they can implement those skills in school, but keep them out of the therapist's office later by letting him talk to them up front, proactive as opposed to reactive.
Lisa, Deb, you look
Oh,
like you had
is it
stuff
my
to share.
turn?
Yes, we'll go to you.
Okay. So I would like to go back to the example of the students changing the mascot. And I really appreciated that it was completely student driven. And a couple thoughts that I really got from these chapters, I felt like they were, I just felt like they were real thoughts. I want to read this part. And this is from chapter 4 of helping students become engaged citizens of their community, their state, their city, the world. And it says, to be successful in this work, you will need to back up your students and teachers, even if you get pushback or strong reactions from parents and other community members. And in that example with the mascot, I believe it said that there were community members who were very attached to the mascot and did not want it to be changed, but the students wanted it to be changed, and that they were allowed to get it changed. And I think that it's a scary thing, but I feel like that's an important part of the whole process. If we are really willing to let students find things that they want to improve in their school, in the district, in the city, we need to be willing to back them up and say, we support you. And another one was the initiative of the kids in the elementary school who wanted to switch from plastic forks to metal forks to reduce garbage. And they were backed up, and that doesn't mean that makes life harder for some reasons, but I just think that's an important piece of it. And then another part that I really appreciated was it seemed like there was a lot of mention that these skills, the entrepreneurship and the problem solving and the civic engagement should not be only offered to people in electives and in extracurriculars, but especially people who would be least likely to join the entrepreneur club should be included. And it should not be based on academic achievement, but all students should be able to be engaged. And I really appreciated those parts, and that was a big part of my takeaway.
Did I get everyone? Is there anyone else? Godfrey, anything you want to add? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Next month we will do part 3. Our next agenda item is board and superintendent reports and comments. And we have listed out all of the committees, and we'll do that once a month in our study session. If your committee hasn't met, that's fine, you can pass. And want to thank both Bryce and Marilyn for having stuff on board docs.
You're welcome.
Very nice to see. Facilities. I know you have stuff for closed session.
Yes, we have quite a bit for closed, but I have 2 or 3 items for now. Just for information, the summer project bids will be brought to the board in early March, just so that you're aware. The second thing is, if you recall, we applied for the BRIC through FEMA, the earthquake assessment. And there were 13 in the state that submitted applications. We were one of the 13. 295 million available, I guess, with 212 million being federal funded. The news that we had before was it would be a while before we heard from them. Well, we heard from them. And just want you to know that there's a 71% chance we could get all of the money that we applied for. There's a 90% chance we could get some. To me, those are really high percentages, and I really feel like we'll get some. 2.8 million is the share given to the Utah applicants. If we receive the grant, 75% will come from what we get, and then we're responsible for 25%. Anyway, in talking with the committee the other day, and Dave and Scott, we recommend that we wait until we hear, and the date that we'll hear finally is May 20th. And so we thought about waiting until we hear that because...
Did you say May?
May 20th.
Okay.
Because of such high percentages of the chance that we're going to get something, we thought we should wait until we hear definitively on May 20th to begin the assessment on the rest of the West Jordan schools that we talked about. Anyway, I need some direction from the board so that they can go ahead and make plans. Any discussion? I mean, those are really high percentages. We're most likely going to get some money.
I feel like we should wait and see what kind of money we get.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I agree.
That was the recommendation from the committee, and I think it's good to wait too myself, but anybody else have any comment?
Isn't there something we could be doing now to prepare? I mean, could we start now and then?
If we start, we don't get the money. So, it's either wait or get started and forego the money. Any other comments? Are you all in agreement that we should wait until the May 20th? Okay with that? Okay, thank you. The last thing that I have, and it deals with the West Jordan feeder system, and perhaps those of you that were on the ad hoc committee for the West Jordan feeder system can add some detail here, but Dave Rostrom has been working with VCBO on renovation plans for Riverside and Terra Linda elementaries. And MHTN is working on Joel P. Jensen and West Jordan High School plans. And I guess the question at this point is, should we move forward or wait for assessments, or what should be done at this point? Scott, do you have any comments? Do you want to come to the table?
Thank you. So there's a couple of parts to this. There's really two things. There's the Tier 2 seismic study that we're waiting for the BRIC grant.
Right.
So that's one portion of the assessment for the 10 schools that were on the list. Then there's the second part, which is what the board gave direction to start looking at the West Jordan feeder schools, with the exception of Columbia, Heartland, and West Jordan Middle. So that leaves Terra Linda,
Westville.
Westville, Westland, Oker, and Majestic are done.
That's
and then
right.
we had Terra Linda and Riverside are the two elementaries.
And
then-
Joel P. and
then
West Jordan
Joel P.
High.
and West Jordan. So we could actually start preparing. I mean, the idea now is we've been working with some architects who are going to, they've given us a proposal. The proposal then turns into a contract, which we bring back to the board and kind of get the green light to move forward on those. So those would be the assessments that would be everything except for the Tier 2. And then when those assessments would exclude the Tier 2, and then if and when the money comes in, we'd start the Tier 2 seismic assessments.
So to what extent are these assessments then? What are you assessing?
If you recall, the board before had us look at, they went through and did it's the same thing they did to Bingham High School. They went through and looked at the age of the building and what are all of the components that could be renovated or looked at, kind of a menu of items, everything from needs like roofs, seismic, mechanical systems, all the way down to new entrances, new walls, new
Aesthetics,
windows.
yeah.
Yeah, so really what you have is kind of a menu for the board if and when the board's ready to make those kinds of determinations on how we proceed with summer projects or renovations. Then we have those in place so that board can take a look at them and make good decisions based on what's on the assessments.
I have a question again. So that's for all of the schools that you mentioned. It would be Terra Linda, Riverside, West Jordan High School, and Joel P. Jensen.
Correct.
Question is whether or not we should move ahead and have the architects work on those assessments.
Right. Right.
Like you have a thought, Bryce?
No, I'm ready to say yes. Do you want a proposal? Do
I
you
am
want-
too. That was our recommendation.
The only thing we're out is if it comes back and the foundations are not strong, we've wasted some time and money. And
Well, you will anyway, because you need to know.
But the thought process that the architects will put into this
could be
will
used.
always come back in some beneficial way. There's no question it's money well spent.
Right.
I strongly favor it.
I agree.
Okay, everyone good with that? Facilities Committee recommends it.
What we recommend.
Okay. Yes, move
Hey,
forward.
Scott.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finance Committee.
The minutes of our meeting are on board docs. We really don't have anything to report, just other than we would plead with everyone to develop the attitude and the habit that we need to get back into the 21 to 25 range. I say that as we approach certain activities coming up.
Hey, thank you. Government Relations.
So we have not had a formal government relations meeting since our last report opportunity, but have tried to stay active in the legislative process, working with JLC and whatnot. I don't know if this is a good spot to talk about any upcoming bills that maybe we want to be aware of, and just an encouragement to reach out to your legislators. We have the upcoming lunch at the Capitol. that we should definitely be talking about.
Mike,
Thank
can
you,
you give us
Tracy.
the
Yeah, I'll give you the
info on that?
The details, it's Thursday, February 16th. We have the Copper Room reserved from 11 to 1 p.m. that day. Realizing that our legislators will all be in floor time till likely noon. There's also the possibility that on that day they have caucus meeting that's called that's kind of somewhat a spur of the moment sometimes and unannounced. And so like last year when we did this, they had their caucus meeting and they don't leave that. That tends to be a really important meeting to attend. And so they came afterwards and they trickled in at different points. So we hope that's not the case this year, but we do have it reserved from 11 to 1. We have box lunches coming up. I've sent the invite out to our reps and I'll be following up with texts. They're lucky to live hour by hour, let alone week to week, and so we'll send them text messages and remind them and send them email reminders. But it's on their calendar for next Thursday.
Copper Room in the Senate building.
Yeah, it's on the east side in the Senate building, first floor. If you let me know when you're there, rather than coming around, there's a side door we can just let you in. Just don't tell Capitol Security that's the way you're gonna do it, but it's very easy to get in that way.
You have a key to the building?
I have
Yes,
a
the
bar,
key to the
a
city.
door you can push. No, we can get you in that way.
So 11 to 1?
Yeah, that's when we have it scheduled. Again, likely that legislators will not be done with floor time until around noon.
There by
So
noon.
the target time would be noon to 1. And thereafter, we couldn't reserve it past 1 o'clock, so we'll see how that goes.
All right.
Are they going up on a bus? The SBOs?
This is just our board.
This is just our board.
The week after that, on the following Thursday,
SBOs.
So many days on the hill.
yes,
I just can't keep
on the
track.
23rd is when we will be going up with student body officers, and that's when they do take a bus. They leave South Valley. We'll come up. We will have a tour this year. I'm going to start the tour in the state treasurer's office. Had a nice conversation with Marlo Oakes, and he's got some fun activities that I think the students would be interested in with his office. And then I've arranged with the governor's office to have a tour of the Capitol complex, and then ending it with floor time with our reps, where they get to sit with hopefully the reps from their area. And then we have room reserved for lunch afterwards, and hopefully get a rep or two coming to speak to them at that time. So that's kind of
They're going up on a bus, right?
the students will go up on a bus.
And
Correct.
we go with them?
Do
or
board?
not?
Yeah, I was
I-
wondering too. Do board
Yeah,
members ever
yeah,
ride
there's
the
plenty
bus?
of-
We
plenty of
always
room.
do.
We can
We
send
always
you the
ride the bus.
details, and there's no reason why we can't have
We're
the-
meeting at South Valley at 9:15.
Please keep your hands inside the bus.
And
Remain
enjoy
in
the
your
ride.
seat.
And
We've had
enjoy
some
the ride.
problems.
About what time does the bus usually head back?
Heading back, I think we're scheduled to head back around 1 o'clock, but I'll have to check with Mr. Sorensen, who's got the details on the bus reservation.
And will Dr. Godfrey lead us in the song, The Wheels on the Bus Go Round and Round?
Only
Depending
if you
on if
participate.
it feels right in the moment, we'll do it.
Okay.
We'll just leave the playlist to you.
So those are the two capital-based activities that we've got planned, and looking forward to those. It's always a fun day with the SBOs up on the hill.
Can we find out who's going to be there on February 16th? Thursday, board members.
And side note, I scheduled with my sister's intern to sit with her on the floor that day. So
There you go.
Was that the 16th or the 15th?
So the 16th, right? Next
Thursday the
Thursday?
16th. Correct.
Okay. So
Oh,
Lisa and Marilyn? No, not Marilyn. Is Lisa the only board member that can be there?
I might
Oh,
be
okay.
there.
Nikki?
I don't know yet.
I can't be there.
I might.
Well, I might be there. I'll just be really late. You can't. Okay. We got to make sure enough board members are going.
If we couldn't reserve that room, I'm not sure exactly what's coming in after that. We're not privileged to that information, but there's a commons area right outside the room where we could absolutely move and still be available. Committee meetings usually start at 2 p.m. and so there could still that flex time we could take advantage of that 1 to 2 p.m.
So do we have to notice that up if too many of us go? No? Okay.
Okay, so we have 2 people for sure, maybe
I'm a pretty close yes.
close yes, and I'll be quite late. Is that enough to make it worth it? Let's see if we get at least one more there. Okay. Let me know when you
I'll find out.
out. Okay.
Find out this week.
What happens if it's not?
Would you cancel if it was just me?
Yes.
I don't know.
Well, I
Where
guess
we already
we've sent the invitations out, right?
Like, you'll be there, right, Mike?
Like I said, they are so consumed with things up there. They live hour by hour, and if we needed to modify things, that's the way it rolls up there. So no problem
will not
whatsoever. We can adjust, we can modify, we can cancel, we can do whatever, and we'll make it work.
I'll for sure go on
Okay,
the 23rd.
Plan on it.
And I'll be going on the 16th regardless too. So.
Okay, good. You'll meet with all of our legislators then.
No.
And Nikki.
No, leave it to. I feel like Lisa's got the magic.
Okay, sorry. Bills, do you want to talk about?
I'll let Mike take it away.
I think the one that we want to really be aware of is HB 372. This is Representative Cobb's local school district referendum amendments. There is language out now on the HB 372. It definitely would have a negative impact on district planning and budgets with the ability for a referendum to be made. We've engaged in conversations with Representative Cobb over the last couple of days. John and I met with him for an hour. Was that just yesterday? It was just yesterday.
Yes, and I met with them for a bit yesterday, and I think Daryl did too on the same topic.
Right. And I mean, he's open to hearing our side. He asked a lot of good questions. He wanted to think on a few things. I circled back with him today. Haven't heard what maybe those thoughts are, or what changes are being made to the bill at this point, if any.
Could you show him Paul's brief to the?
That's why they're doing it.
Okay. Paul's brief to the Supreme Court was absolutely fantastic in that it showed, well, here was the thinking. They were very aware. They didn't skip school boards out of ignorance. And so there was a reason they omitted that. And I just would love anyone who's possibly thinking of passing a law to go back and notice that original intent.
Yeah, and
That is what we've been told by multiple legislators. It was obviously a missight.
Yeah, and we've conveyed that to Representative Cobb, and would be happy to have,
The wording in his defense, his paper to the Supreme Court, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
I would just love to have a few legislators read his.
Okay.
You send
That
that
would be
to me again also. Actually, all the board.
It's really one of the only.
Does it make every decision we make
just
possible?
tax increases.
Or just tax increase?
Any voted tax increase, but that's a problem. I mean, there's so many issues with it, and John, feel free to jump in on the particulars of it. But we have really one lever to pull for a revenue stream, and some of that is mandated by the state. We have no choice but to raise taxes due to, when we get our new assessed values, the state rates will go down, forcing us to raise our rates and go through truth and taxation. If we have to do that, plus be subject to referendum, that's a huge problem for LEAs.
So, and that's my problem with the bill, is it's back to that misconception. Like, we save the taxpayers a ton of money by not increasing taxes like some districts do every year, and it was a bigger hit, but for 9 years they saved money and didn't have an increase, and we were below the minimum the state set. And for us not to get an inflationary increase and expect for us to go in and ask for an increase, we're technically lying to the public, saying we're increasing their taxes. because we have no inflationary tax increase. And especially when a voucher bill has attached to it an inflationary tax increase. And so I'll get off my soapbox again, but I mean, I wish he would just add to that bill, give us our inflationary tax increase. We would never have had to ask for it.
We floated that idea out to him. The other idea is just make it a threshold at which if a school district were to go beyond, say, the 0020 threshold of the guaranteed, then make them subject to referendum. If they go beyond, which we're
Like
not.
that too.
But as long as we stay within the state guarantee range, that's why there are so many mechanisms in place to.
I'm just wondering if this bill
incentivize
was in
us.
place when we just recently did the truth in taxation, and if the public agreed and voted this away, what do we do then?
What recourse do we have?
What recourse? Well, I know we'd have to lay off teachers, increase class sizes and other things, but I just think there's so many misconceptions out there, and this is one of the biggest, and I just don't know how to solve it, but I don't know.
Well, we'll continue dialogue with Representative Cobb. He's been good to correspond back and forth, but we haven't seen any proposed changes or anything that he's willing to concede at this point.
Do you have a feel for what kind of support he has?
This was a bill that I think he was handed and asked to run. I think you get the sense that there's some support behind it, but as far as polling our individual reps, I have not done that.
The problems go beyond just revenue and state minimums that the legislature set, but we also have, so you could do a bond election, have the voters approve a bond election, but then after you issue the bonds and then you have to raise taxes to pay for the bonds, the voters can then referendum the increase that they just voted to approve to issue the bonds, but it's after you issued the bonds. And judgment levies, we haven't done that in Jordan District, but in other districts, especially rural districts, you have a judgment levy where the county comes in and says, you know what, major taxpayer of the county, we think you've been overcharging taxes, we're going to slash your tax bill. So those rural districts have to do a process called a judgment levy. That's foreseen and allowed for in statute. Well, then that would be subject to referendum. There are major reasons why this was intentionally why school districts were not placed in this situation.
That's all I ask, is that they be aware of that it wasn't an oversight. And I think Paul's brief does that beautifully.
Okay.
It was so, I was surprised. I was so pleased when the Supreme Court made their ruling. I think they were just lifting language from Paul's brief.
Thank you.
I would ask anyone considering passing this bill to read Paul's brief.
Okay. Yeah, we'll share that with him as well as anybody else that has questions regarding that issue, if that's okay with the board.
We may even want to share it with other districts as they talk.
Yeah,
to
and
their
it goes without saying, to that point, it goes without saying that we're not alone in our real concerns about this. As John mentioned, the rural districts are very up in arms about this. Every major district along the Wasatch Front that I'm aware of is very concerned. They are all very concerned about this, and so we'll see. And I don't know the support that it has behind it. It's something we'll be talking with our reps on this week. A couple of other bills of note that you may want to talk about this week. House Bill 344 will likely be heard this week. That's Representative Tusher's local policies for public curriculum transparency. We already support, JLC took a position of support on Lincoln Fillmore's SB 55, which is a curriculum transparency bill as well. Tusher's goes a little more in detail as to what the board needs to do with a curriculum transparency policy and articulates about 8 or 9 things that the board must consider when they have to pass a curriculum transparency policy, and they have to consider 8 or 9 things. Not that they have to do them, they just have to articulate why or why not they're going to consider those 8 or 9 things. That will be in Education Committee this week.
And has JLC favored that one or not?
JLC opposed Tusher's bill, supported Fillmore's bill. Yep. Fillmore's bill simply states that you have to have a policy on curriculum that you adopt district-wide. It was mentioned earlier about the cell phone use in schools. That bill actually failed in committee earlier. Again, another example of groups from opposite ends of the political spectrum coming together to fight a bill. It was rather interesting to hear the debate on that one. There's one that's got a lot of attention with our HR communities in the school districts. It has to do with criminal investigations of school employees. It's HB 195, Representative Birkeland's. This bill requires that districts place employees on paid administrative leave who are subject to a criminal investigation. And of course, that runs counter to a lot of district practices and takes away the element of local control. It would also require, at this point, the employee to return to work if no criminal charges were brought. But the LEA could still be investigating the issue from a UPAC standpoint or licensure standpoint. So it's a local control issue that's problematic for many reasons for a district. There's several other out there. Are there any questions or any bills that the board would like to have an update on, or anything that you'd like us to look closer at?
The union bill.
That is still in rules. That's the
Tusher.
Tusher's, and it's caught the attention of fire and police unions as well, because it would require any agency or any union that uses public resources to not be able to use them. And so he's getting a lot of opposition. It's not been heard in committee just yet. I'm not sure where that one will go. It has been rumored that bill is also being used as a potential carrot in the negotiations with the education community, particularly the UEA, in negotiating the constitutional question on the guarantee for state income tax. That if we were to come up with a compromise here, we'll pull this bill here. That type of talk. So yeah.
I'll just add to in public ed appropriations this morning, they came out with their recommendations, and it still has to go to executive appropriations, so it could all end up getting changed. But initially it looks like there's about a 6% WPU increase, but it depends on how you package it, and that's the one thing you have to watch with the legislature. I mean, they'll call it a 14% increase, but it just depends on what all they include and count in that number. But anyway, funding for full day kindergarten looks like there's a really good chance that will be funded, and not required to have it, but the funding would be available. There was also a recommendation for that teacher prep day that the legislature funded last year. That's on the list again. What else? Teen centers are on the list. So we'll see what comes out in the next couple of weeks. But there's some, another really big one is they made a recommendation for capital projects, just money to use for safety, physical facilities, or just any capital need, and set aside quite a bit of money for that, just one-time funding that could come to districts. So we'll see what happens. But there's some good things in there. A lot of one-time money on hand that they're looking to give to schools. Not as much in ongoing.
Remind me where the money for the voucher / teacher compensation is coming from.
It comes from the income tax fund.
Which the income tax fund was renamed last year. It used to be the education fund. I have some legislators
formerly
that don't
known
know
as
that.
the education.
Formerly known as the education fund.
Any hints as to what they're thinking about the WPU?
Well, that's to Tracy's point. In Education Appropriations Committee, the total amount by our estimates was around 6%. It was also mentioned. I should add this because this may be a narrative out there that the total compensation may be looked at as like a WPU equivalent. And, it's a substantial infusion when you start counting the money from HB 215 and other sources. So just be aware that narrative may be out there, that there's a WPU and then there's the WPU equivalent, and this is how much we gave in equivalent money to that.
And then there's the growth and inflation WPU that's required. I think it'll be a good year overall.
Well, started out.
I mean, for WPU increase. That's what I meant. Okay, what are we on? Oh, GIAC.
I have not yet met with this committee.
Okay. Joint relations for ESPs.
Skipped me. Parent Advisory Committee.
Oh, that's joint relations is next on my agenda.
Maybe I'm looking at something wrong then.
Oh, number 5, joint relations, ESPs.
We haven't met.
Okay, now is JPAC.
JPAC. So we had a meeting and it was really great. We tackled 3 topics that were on their list of things that they're concerned with. First, we had the Cook Institute for Human Connection. I think that's their title. They offer resources for parents to use in their home on wellness. And they did a fantastic job at sharing resources that we've teamed up with them to be able to provide to parents to use in their home. Specifically, on the Health and Wellness Day last year, we sent this information out to everybody. And so they just shared the resources we had. Then we opened it up to comments. And it was interesting that they were so supportive, they were frustrated they didn't know about it. But we had sent it out and multiple times and just did again for this week's event. And so that was really the takeaway from that is, how do we get the message out? This is great stuff. I mean, they really, really were excited. And that's a good resource. I remember just me. I went to the website, I built myself an account, and I meant to study it and work on it really good, and then I forgot. And I never attached their name to it either, so I didn't really realize, although I had worked with them in the past with some other things with mental health. So anyways, very good presentation, and the feedback from the members were, can we find out more about these resources? The second thing we talked about is safety in reunification drills, and Lance did an amazing job. It was just, you should give him a Grammy for it or something. I mean, he was just so prepared and shared really relevant, good information. I don't know how we arranged it, but we had a 5-school lockdown, right? It was on that same day, I think, right? Lockout, sorry, got the wrong terminology. And so that even made it even more exciting. And so there was a ton more questions about communication, like why are they not told everything? And, and that's where we, again, walked away from that saying, can we do a better job at communicating? I think that was where we had 1 or 2 people that mentioned maybe we can come back later and communicate after the fact why we did certain things the way we did, So anyways, and then last of all, we had the legislators, and Mike did a really great job. He could have had the whole time himself. That guy can teach like an accordion, So he could drag it out, squeeze it up, but no matter what, he can be super impactful. You know what I mean? And
I
And
just
I'm
thought
like,
about I just thought about how much I like the sound of an accordion.
yeah.
We're going polka clubbing after this if you want to come.
He could definitely be in your band, but
Times I dream,
it's just
kiss me.
like I was just amazed on how much Dr. Anderson could get in like a few minutes. Like it was like a fire hydrant. But and again, I think
Be
that
like Mike.
if we could all be like Mike. Again, I think comes back to can we communicate things better? What's a better way to do it? And so I thought they walked away. We had about 35 or so people, so a little more than half. We've thought of some other things to do maybe for next year. Like we're thinking about having maybe principals come with the chair next year. Might be a good thing to do. Well, they come anyways when they're first trained, I believe, and so we could maybe work our training into it, you know. But I think we want to make sure our chairs know that this is not a training meeting per se. This is a place you can give impact and learn, where we put the presentations on board docs, although I didn't get recognition for that. But so we put them on late to Tracy. So, but they are on there. Both two of the three are on there, and you want to take a look. So I don't know. I talked briefly with Dr. Anderson about this, but I think the safety one was so good that we ought to probably consider like a parent university was what we used to call it, but some broader thing to expand, a town hall, something like that. I'd want it to be a real controlled kind of presentation and not just open for questions, but that's a possibility. We said that we could do different things with some of the topics, and so I guess I would be interested to know, what does the board want us to do before our next meeting, which would be, I think, October, November. We were planning 2 meetings a year, basically, but we could do sub things in between.
Zoom Parent University.
That would be great, actually. And if we did it all virtual, I think that would be really a great thing. Because then it could be also viewed at any time in any place.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
On safety in schools. Is that the topic? Other thoughts, or you just want me to take 6 months off? I'm good with. And I can bring the other topics back next time and have a plan for some of the other topics if you'd like. But we'd scheduled only 2 meetings a year with this group, but we can expand that. Or
Was this our first one?
this was our second. So we'll do one in the October, November time of the year after they're got their chair, and another one around this time of the year, and then we had options to do town halls. Or
I mean, we may be at a point with Portrait of a Graduate that we would want that group
yeah,
to weigh in next fall.
yeah, that would be
But
a
I don't
great
know.
fall topic.
I'm glad you're only meeting twice a year. Sometimes I think we get caught up in this, we need to do more. We need to have more meetings, more trainings, more. And it's like, at some point you just got to say, I think we need to do less.
So
We need to pull back and.
So, Brian, this was really a push among many parents who wanted to have a louder voice, wanted to be more involved, wanted to know what's going on in the district. So it was really created to meet the needs of a lot of people who want that transparency, that connection to the district, and so that's the reason.
Are you emphasizing to them to take it back to their school community councils?
For sure. In fact, we emailed out the resources even to the ones that didn't receive it.
Okay, and the first meeting you had how many approximately?
About the same number.
Both times? I thought you had
Really?
way more the first time. Do you think that's a sign of the times or
Am
just
I
a
wrong?
sign of time of year?
We had about the same number.
We did.
Hmm.
It
We had
felt
about half.
so empty.
It might have been like 33 instead of 35. I mean, if I remember
So it
right.
was close.
It was
mid-
in the 30s.
A lot more. That is interesting. It must have been just
We set up,
Were the
spread
same
out
me-
we
were
differently.
set
they
up
the
less
same meeting?
seats.
Yes, I was at both of these.
We did do a lot more interactive and going
Things
around from
last
table
time.
to table and getting up and moving around. That maybe felt like there were more, but it was about the same in attendance.
Okay, we'll be thinking of, if there's things that we want parent feedback on, it's a great committee to use for it if things come up.
Twice a year thing.
Makes my job easy.
Yeah, I mean, on this idea of inviting principals, I mean, I agree, they're overworked. And maybe an invitation, but sometimes when people get an invitation, they almost feel obligated, especially if it's coming from superintendent or a board member,
Optional doesn't feel optional
Yeah,
always.
I worry, like Bryce was talking about earlier, and John, the overburdening of the principals. So yeah, I'd just rather do, in some cases, less than more, but
So do we not want to move ahead on any kind of safety town hall or Zoom or?
So the question is whether or not to do a safety town hall for all parents in the district,
Yes.
right? What are your thoughts on that?
Feel like the information has been presented pretty recently with superintendents, email linking to the podcast, and I don't know. Do you think they need more?
I was thinking the same thing. It felt like we've just done this recently.
Yeah, I think what they really enjoyed about the presentation at JPAC was the opportunity to interact and provide their perspectives. I'm not entirely sure. If we're trying to create an environment where that's not the case, I don't know that people would be motivated. Sorry if that sounds negative.
Oh, I have neither positive or negative feelings with this. I just want to know what the board wants me to do with this position.
Anyone else? It doesn't sound like there's a huge appetite for a town hall, or feel like there's a need for a town hall right now.
Okay.
I think the fact that we're reviewing communication as a potential addition to our policies could help them feel like we're implementing their feedback a little.
For sure.
So maybe that can be the way we take this message, if we choose to do that. At least we're talking about
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to thank Daryl Robinson for adding documents to board docs. Sorry
I'll
that I
second
didn't
that.
see them earlier.
Actually, thank
I didn't see
Mike
them earlier
Anderson.
today. Thank you.
Thank Mike Anderson for that.
Okay, Liac, Bryce.
We have not met. I am just waiting for direction from the board. I plan on communicating with them. Now that I've been reappointed as the chairman, I've been gathering their email addresses. I have not heard from all of them. I'm just going to respond to those who have responded and said, here's where we stand. They're antsy for a meeting. They would like to meet, but this board is not necessarily in a position to give them a topic of discussion. So I don't know what to do. They're antsy to meet. They feel like they're not being tapped. They're not being heard. But I don't want to have a meeting for the sake of having a meeting. And I don't know that they fully understand the price tag of what we did last year with the tax increase. I don't know. I'm just struggling with how to move forward with that. So I'm just going to reach out to them and explain to where we are, and until the board calls for a meeting, I'll just interact with them through email.
So, do they ever get an opportunity to provide topics that they would like to discuss? I'm not familiar with the process of how, is it always we tell them what we're going to talk about?
No. But
I thought it was pretty productive to allow a JPAC to let them sort of give us the agenda. And I would imagine our teachers have things they want to say, or
Yeah.
our employees.
And it's all over the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
All I know
The-
is
the
I've
pos-
gotten a lot of people contacting me frustrated that they don't feel like they have a voice anymore, and have we taken this away from them? And I've tried to explain, no, we're in between reassigning committees or whatever.
and I'll
would-
reach out to them and explain
Yeah.
all this, but I don't see this board calling for a meeting anytime soon, unless I'm wrong.
I, for one, want you to have one before the end of the school year. That's just me.
Okay.
Does anyone have a recommendation on what the topic should be in that meeting?
Here's the challenge. Everything they would like to accomplish is going to have a pretty high price tag. And we just spent $30 million trying to improve, trying to take things off their plate.
Oh.
And that was not necessarily LEAC's request. That was the superintendent's request. So we went and spent $30 million to take things off of their plates.
And do they know that? Do
No.
they recognize that?
No.
Maybe that is something you should talk to them about.
And that's what I plan
Here's
on.
what we've tried to do. How is it going? Give us your feedback. Is
Well,
it making a
that's
difference?
topic number one. Topic number two is it seems like almost everyone put ESPs up there. Let's have them bring solutions to that problem.
Are
you
there
know?
ways we could
Because they
trim their
represent more than just teachers. They are licensed, but they're also in a school with the support specialists. Maybe they can come up with some creative, innovative solutions because they're their support. They are the people that take things off their plate. Without them, their job would be significantly more difficult.
So my plan is if I will reach out to all of those who have notified me that they are the LEAC rep. I will explain, here's the dilemma where we're at. We would like to have a meeting. Here are some of the issues, and then I will come back with a proposal next time.
I also think it would be, I don't know if it's even possible before the session ends to have a meeting, but I think it would be really powerful to channel the power of a teacher in helping them understand some of the education bills on the Hill and see what they can do with it. I think it would be awesome if a 5th grade teacher wanted to have her children write letters to legislators and get involved in the political process. That would be really exciting to me. But that's a pretty close timeline.
That's a great idea. We'd have to have a LEAC next week.
Let's go.
Well,
Remember
not
that.
really,
Send out
because
an
you can
email?
write to legislators anytime. I mean, they're not going away just because they're not meeting.
That's true, but it'd be great to have one during the legislative
It
session
would.
next
It
year
would.
and bring teachers up to speed. And
So many people this year have said, I wish there was a place I could go to figure out what's happening on the Hill with education. And I was like, there are like 4 that I can think of off the top of my head. But people are busy and they don't have time to always go suss everything out for themselves. I think that would be powerful.
So a couple of suggestions that have come up to consider then for a meeting. A discussion of what we did to take things off their plate and ask them how it's going. I like that idea. And then also, what solutions do they have for ESPs? Any other ideas? Things we would want LEAC to discuss? Okay. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, joint legislative committee. We already had a legislative update on that. You should be getting a weekly tracking sheet from Lexi Cunningham from USBA about positions JLC is taking on bills. I want to thank Daryl and Lisa for coming to the Capitol yesterday for USBA Day on the Hill. It was a great day. Our welding students from JATC were up there, which I thought was fantastic. It was unique. It was different. People don't realize that we have some of these programs going, so it was great to showcase that. And the students were very good. I mean, just articulate, and they were just great to have up there. So that went very well. And then most of our legislators came by, and we were able to have, conversations with them, and it was good experience. We also learned about the new governor's office for families that was created, that Amy Winder Newton is over. And she says the office is a misnomer because she has no staff. She is the office. Which I didn't realize before. She talked about some of the initiatives that they're working on. And then Brittany Cummins, who is the governor's education advisor, spoke about some things there. And we had a tour of the Capitol and then met with legislators. So it was good. I thought it was a good, productive day. And then just also from just a second, I'm jumping ahead. That was JLC. Okay, Jordan Education Foundation. Calendar notice, if you don't have this already, April 13th is the Outstanding Educator Banquet. And that's the next thing the foundation's working on, is they recognize outstanding educators from schools. And they're in the process of
Tell me the date again.
deciding those. But the Outstanding Educator Banquet is April 13th. That'll be in the evening, and board members, you will all be invited to that. And if you haven't ever been to it before, it's a really neat night. Yeah.
Not a time yet? Not yet.
I don't have a time yet.
Is it Little America?
No, it's at the Embassy Suites in South Jordan.
Oh, wait.
That's where it was last
Where
year.
it was last year.
right?
Yeah, more local now. April 13th.
And that's an RSVP, right? You need
Yeah,
to let them know.
You'll get an invitation. Yeah.
Week after we're in.
Okay, anything from PTA?
No.
Or I'm still going to call them RSL, Salt Lake Academy.
No, we would have had our meeting on the first Tuesday of the month, but some other board scheduled over it. So we'll meet Thursday.
Oops.
But normally we'll be the first Tuesday, but we modified that.
Yeah.
So we'll meet Thursday.
Yeah, Utah High Schools.
Nothing from Utah High Schools, but I have something else from facilities.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I think I reported last time on Utah High Schools, so. May I go ahead?
Okay, go ahead with facilities.
All right. This was an open session item, and I forgot it. But if you'll turn to the attachments for closed session, the bottom two are actually for open session, if you would look at those. Harriman Main Construction and South Hills Middle School, Western Springs. Just a discussion about unfunded bus routes. For this year, Western Springs is in year 4. And if you'll look at the map for Western Springs, which is this one, the red outlines are where sidewalks still do not exist. The one that's most concerning, of course, is the one by Costco. And at this point, we know that the bus is highly utilized, 73 students this year, 93 students forecasted for next year. And the sidewalks are still not complete and nothing is moving. So I guess at this point, we need to decide if we'll continue with that unfunded bus route. I'll just open for discussion. Scott, do you have anything to add?
So, and they have no plans to put anything in place?
Well, what we're hearing, and it's just hearsay, if you'll recall, that open space to the east of Costco was supposed to be senior housing. They're looking at maybe to change that to just regular housing. And so that would bring some students if and when that happens.
And this is the problem with bus routes. This was temporary while they put the sidewalks in, and now they're never going to put the sidewalks in because they don't have to, because we're paying for the bus route.
Well, reminding you too that there is a sidewalk, I believe, on the other side.
We're done.
We're done. So there is one on the other side where that red is. They can just cross the street and walk on the other side.
Scott, is there a sidewalk on the other side? I think there is.
Not quite sure. We had Lance go out and assess this. He didn't mention that to me.
Okay, I thought that's what somebody said the other day.
I said it.
Oh, you said it.
Driven by it?
I drive by it all the time. Yeah, they're building townhouses right there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something I think we should bring up also, is the ridership is going to continue to dramatically increase because they're building a lot of high density there. So
So one bus will become two.
Harder
it'll be
and harder
two
to
buses.
say no.
Is it going to 90? How many do you
I
say?
think 73 to 93,
93.
and one bus, that's full. 73 on a bus is full.
So we'll need to fund two buses if we continue the funding.
Right.
And although the sidewalk's not there on the double side, it's not a street traveled very much, and it does have a pretty good side. We don't have sidewalks all throughout the district. I'm pretty certain that we have routes without sidewalks all over the district. I know I have routes in my area that kids are walking and there's not a sidewalk.
How many years now?
4. We're in year 4.
And we've only promised one?
Well,
Yeah.
Every year they
every
come
year.
back and every
initially.
year we say yes.
Where do they cross 134th?
They don't. So that's one of the other reasons why we provide the bus. Is
But
because-
where on the walking route would they?
Now they can know where the Maverick is.
yeah, they can.
Before they would have had to cross up by Mountain View Village and then walk down 134th on the route.
Where's the Maverick?
Down here.
But I believe there's no crossing guard on 134th.
No sky bridge. There's no
Yes.
crossing guard. So my concern isn't the sidewalks. My concern is crossing 134th.
Yeah, this is a challenging situation and horrible at best anyway, because even if there were sidewalks here, the kids still need to cross 134th.
Yeah,
So
that's-
it's a mess.
That's Riverton City's job, though, to
It is.
cross
Mhm.
those kids. We've got kids crossing Redwood. We've got
Do.
kids crossing 114.
Correct.
And let's just throw one more wrench into that. The 134th interchange is going to go under construction next year,
Correct.
which then makes that area
We're
all
going to have
under
to cross a lot
construction.
farther up. If
Brian, this is your area.
Have an opinion?
No, I haven't
It
looked
still
at his
is
map.
a
I know
thing.
that it was
did
mapped.
it shift to you?
No, I think it's Brian.
I gifted him all my area over there too.
Of
So,
Hills and high school right there, Mountain Ridge.
all Mountain Ridge and that's in his area. I gifted all my patrons to you guys.
Hey, I had Oakleaf. You got this one.
That's next.
I don't know what to.
What the issue is?
No,
Yeah.
you will.
I mean, obviously, I don't want kids crossing busy streets, but I don't understand what my role is as a board member in making sure that that's taken care of. I guess.
I think in the past, Mr. Young just came back, and so originally it was a 1-year commitment. As the city was working with the developer to get all of this in place, there was some commitments and some promises made that, hey, we'll make an earnest effort. We'll strive to get these things in, this infrastructure in. So the commitment, I believe, and I don't want to, misspeak, was, well, the board will provide busing for 1 year with an annual reevaluation and possible commitment for the next year. So for the past 3 years, it's just been, yep, they still haven't made any progress or little progress. So they've just re-upped every year for the past, and we're into year 4 now. One of the things also, if I could add, is that Trace Robinson, the city engineer, he left a year ago. They hired someone else, and now that person has left and gone to West Jordan. So currently, I believe they're without a city engineer. So as we reached out to them, they just said, they just kind of shrugged their shoulders and said,
Scott,
sorry.
remind.
Riverton City.
Yes.
Yeah.
Harriman, yeah.
Scott, remind us of the amount that is each year for that bus. Do you recall?
I'm just going to throw a dart and say it was in the 50 range somewhere.
40, 50.
Yeah, 45 to 50,000 for a bus.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look it up.
Well, I feel like in light of a bus driver shortage, funding unfunded routes, that's something we need to look at too, is this bus driver and bus could be utilized in a funded route that has to wait sometimes because there's not enough drivers.
I think this has gone on long enough, and think we should start working with Riverton City to
I will say
let them know they need to come up
that
with
you
a-
will have some
work
pushback,
with us.
big time.
Is that an action item for me then, to talk to Riverton City about this issue?
I think that would be Scott that would talk to Riverton
Mhm.
City.
People will
About
call
it.
you from Western Springs for sure, because now it's an expectation, pretty much.
But remember that when
Western
we
Springs bus was 36,000, 36,600.
that was last year.
This was last year.
I thought it was around 40.
So when we granted this, though, Mountain View Village part phase 1 was barely under construction.
Right.
Now phase 2 is complete. Plus now they're building the high density housing. The street is through. It was not through at the time. So they've made progress on a safer route. Well, yeah, they just don't have a sidewalk where the business development's going to go. But there's also not cars driving up and down it.
I don't want to. I'm just trying to remember when I was sitting in your seat, and you know a lot more than I did, but you know that we get a reimbursement from the state for most of our bus routes. It's not a full reimbursement, but like 85%.
Supposed to be at
Is that
85,
right,
it's
Scott?
not.
It's not quite there.
It's not even close.
Anyways, but we have to meet their parameters. So they have like distance parameters that we have to meet in order to get that reimbursement. So in cases where it's a safety issue and we're doing an unfunded bus route, that just means we're footing the full bill and it's not meeting the state parameters.
Western
Western
Springs.
Springs.
Don't qualify for a
Qualify
bus. Nope.
as
No,
far as distance
They're close
goes.
enough to
Right.
walk.
But we felt like the situation with existing infrastructure that they could get themselves to school on just didn't exist to the extent that we felt comfortable, and so we funded it with the promise that they're going to get the sidewalks in, and it just hasn't happened yet. Sorry if that was redundant.
Well, it kind of has happened, though, because it has sidewalks there in front of Mountain View Village, and they have sidewalks that turn and go down towards that new road. The new road was not there when we funded it originally.
And those, I didn't,
So all those things are
Wasn't
put
sure.
in. It's how much infrastructure do they need to make that a safe walking route compared to other routes in the district.
They,
think
they
we-
improve it. They improve it as the development continues to develop, which could be a while. It could be a little while.
I think we should bring this as a future agenda item, and so it's actually listed on the agenda, so the public's aware that we're talking about it.
I'm fine with that.
You okay with that?
Listen and learn.
And then Brian can come up to speed, and we can all drive by the area and check it out ourselves.
Drive by.
Is having an initial conversation with the city appropriate at this time for Scott?
I can do that. I just don't know if it, without a city engineer who would be kind of my counterpart. I mean, I don't know if we'd reach out to the city manager, perhaps the mayor, and just ask the question. I'm happy to take direction. I can work with the superintendent and he'll tell me what to do.
Okay. I think it'd be good to have an initial conversation for them to know that we're looking at it and considering changes.
Okay, so we'll put that on the next agenda. The other one is the Oak Leaf Elementary School shuttle that we've had in place for the new elementary school in Harriman. We have a letter that I've given you a copy of from Harriman City. And that letter states that Harriman City states that the shuttle is not needed next year. Is that correct, Scott?
Yeah, so what we reached out to them, and we've been waiting for them to start construction on Harriman, Maine, which they have not. They've said that it's out to bid and that it's actually going to start this February, so right now, and last until December of next year. So as part of the construction project, then they were going to provide safe passage or a walk route for the kids. I don't know how that will happen, but they basically just said in this letter or this email that they don't anticipate needing the shuttle. Now they're saying that now in February. I don't know. I'm nervous about what's going to happen in August.
But I appreciate that they at least have a plan.
They did, yes. That was good. Yeah.
I'd like to know what the plan is, because I've seen roads built, and I've never seen anyone build a road that quick. So that road's done by August 1st. They should be building every road.
Wouldn't
in the
it
state.
actually? Yeah, so it would actually be December when they promise completion. But between
Well, they'd have a safe walking route by August 1st.
yeah,
They'd put in a path somewhere.
I'm just wondering if we should hold off pulling back on that shuttle until we know a little more. I don't know.
I just would like to know what the safe walking route plan is.
It's in the letter.
Yep,
Can't read it.
second paragraph. Oh, and they're renaming Danzy Boulevard to Bethany Oak Drive.
So what my question was, are they going to put concrete down first before they do the road? There are going to be Jersey barriers in there. Like, exactly how is they going to provide that?
So they're telling us they don't want a bus, and we're fighting for it now.
Yeah, I don't think we should be in a position to say we like your walk route or we don't like your walk route, so we're going to bus. I mean, we have walk routes all over this district that we may or may not like, and we don't pick and choose and bus and not bus. If they say they're going to provide one, I think we should let them provide one.
And I agree. I just don't know that they could provide one. I'm just worried that they're going to come to us on the day before school and say, we
need
didn't
our
fulfill
shuttle
that
back."
commitment. Can we get a bus?
They're saying the contractor is required to provide a safe walking route.
Awesome.
They're saying that, yeah.
I would like to hold them at their word.
Me too.
Okay.
So we will. I would like to. Have Scott write back and say thank you. We appreciate all this. We will disband the shuttle for next school year.
Based on what you've told us.
Based on your
request.
Your assurance.
Do you all agree?
Yes, are you sure?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My last thing on Utah School Boards Association is just to let you know that Daryl, Nikki, and I are going to President and Vice President workshop on this Saturday to learn how to run more effective meetings.
You'll see the difference.
As am I.
I know. Thought you'd all be grateful for that.
You'll see the difference.
We're going to shave hours.
We're all going to get out at 10 o'clock now.
No, earlier.
Okay, are there any other updates?
I'll be at that meeting as well.
Oh, good.
And I just wanted to share with the board a report on the job fair that we had.
Oh, good.
It was our first job fair, and I'll now call it our first annual job fair because it was a big success. We had over 200 households represented, which means that kids came to be sweepers and parents came for other positions, and I've heard a lot of positive from schools about that, and that it really brought out a lot of people. We've hired teachers from it. We've hired ESP positions from that, and we had some teacher applicants that may not be hired yet, but are now kind of in the mix for the coming year. And in some specialized areas, we hired a special education teacher, for example. So we had some really good success from it, a lot of positive from it, dozens of applications resulting from that, even that evening. So that's something I think will continue, and I commend the Human Resources Department for putting that together, and I thank principals and departments for spending the time and being very creative in attracting people to their table. I got a lot of popcorn and taffy and other treats as I walked from table to table. And if you got within about a 20-foot radius of the custodian table, you were pulled in, by the magnetism of the people at the table, and it was hard not to apply, even though I have a job. So it was, everybody did a great job, and we'll look at when the next right time is to hold that event again. So hats off to the communications department for getting it out on KSL, and we got a news story out of it also. So great work there. And also thanks to to the teams who have put together Health and Wellness for this Friday. Our Health and Wellness Day has some great new additions. Mike has coordinated that effort with a lot of great people in various departments. And we have health screenings, mammograms available. We have paint night activities available, spa treatments available, pickleball tournaments, and all swig, and a lot of people getting caught up on things, connecting with each other, meals this week like we talked about, and so
Does SWIG start this week?
SWIG starts on Friday.
Starts on Friday. Okay.
You'll get the email with the information, with a reminder. I sent out a video to all employees. So you show your badge and you get a free menu item.
You get a free menu item. Get the Texas Tab, 44 ounce.
Texas Tab.
So
Endless summer we were supposed to get.
endless summer. My slogan from the video is,
Yeah, I saw that video.
yeah, what educator doesn't want an endless summer, right? I tried the fruit water, Nikki. I wasn't.
Fantastic.
I understand, but I was not converted. I'm afraid. I like bubbles, and I can get bubbles in my fruit water, but yeah. Anyway, so thanks to everyone who's made that possible, and I know employees are being creative about offering things to each other as well. Our the cooking classes that one of our teachers is putting on, I think, is filled up, and then it filled up again, and then it filled up again. So we've got 3 sessions. So lots of talents being shared and good connections, and people being able to kind of renew. So, and the ongoing services, of course, that were announced as a part of that, where South Hills will be a location where employees who would normally work in the summer, there are counselors and psychologists, are taking some of those summer days and devoting them to working after school to helping fellow employees. So not an additional cost, just rearranging those contract days so they can focus on helping their colleagues and providing support there. So it's not just one day, it'll be an ongoing effort. So thanks again to Mike and his team, and insurance services, and the foundation, and communications, and lots of other groups that have been involved. And
Have businesses reach out to you this year saying, I want to offer services?
we did. Yep. And we have prizes. We have, it's hard to estimate how much athletic wear that was donated, just a truckload of it, to give away as prizes to employees who complete health challenges. So it's exciting to see not just employees coming together and departments putting together a great effort, but community support coming in to provide prizes and experiences and resources. So it's a
I
great,
think that's an
great event.
acknowledgement from our community that our teachers,
Absolutely.
the health and the wellness of our teachers matter to them.
Yeah. Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that comes to the end of our agenda. We'd like to thank our JEA rep for staying the whole night.
And Scott.
Thank you, Janet.
You should take a cookie on your way out.
Can I
We'll
get
get it for you.
Bye,
Can I get a
Janet.
motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property, potential litigation, negotiations, and security?
I make the motion to go into closed session for character and competence of individuals, property negotiations, potential litigation, and security.
I'll second it, as long as it doesn't pass midnight.
Motion by Ms. Richards, second by Mr. Robinson. All in favor of going into closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Does anyone need a break? 5 minute? Okay.